What's up, everybody? Welcome to another Polk vs. Negreanu stream. I'm joined today by the one and only mental health Matt Hunt in the building.
Yes, indeed.
We only have him for a brief time today, but we're gonna get the most out of him that we possibly can. I know that you haven't really been following too closely along, but it's been a goddamn bloodbath, man.
Oh, it seems like it. I've dropped in here and there since the last time we were on here, and what was it? Was it only a week ago that we were last here? I feel like,
Give or take, yeah.
It was a week ago for us, and it was $500,000 ago for Daniel, it seems.
Yeah, he may have actually even been up at that point. I don't really recall.
Yeah, I think it was like break even at one, or they had a break even session, and Doug was still up a certain amount. I can't remember, but man, Daniel's getting smashed, it seems.
Yeah, really. It's been so unfortunate, man. He's ranked so fucking bad. Yesterday, I thought was like one of the biggest. I don't want to say coolers because like whatever shit happens, but like it was pretty unfortunate. He was on the wrong side of 3 out of 4 coolers, all for stacks. The last one, Ace King suited versus Aces for a, I think it was a 3 or 4 buy-in pot.
Brutal.
So yeah, it's pretty bad. He actually played significantly better yesterday from everything I could tell. His river play looked a lot more, I don't want to say aggressive, but a lot more balanced at least. I mean, bro, after the session, he came out and said he wanted to play for 100,000 hands. So like, he's fucking fired up. He said today's going to be the longest session to date. So I'm interested to see what turn it takes.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, it takes like whatever people think of Daniel, it takes a lot to be like down a lot of money to somebody and being faced with the opportunity to potentially quit in 3,500 hands if he wants, right? And then be like, no, I want to play 4 times as many hands. You know,
right.
He must be convinced that there's something in it for him still.
I mean, I polled yesterday to see if people thought he would quit at the 12-5 mark, and it was a slight majority said yes. It was like 53% said yes, but there is no shot now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we got our answer yesterday. Like, there is no shot this guy quits at 12-5. I think he's willing to like lose the vast majority of his wealth, if necessary, in order to ensure that he gets a real crack at breaking this guy.
Yeah. What? So there's a question then. What percentage of his net worth would Daniel have to lose in order to actually quit?
I mean, the thing is that by my estimates, Daniel's net worth is so high that he couldn't really lose a substantial chunk at 200, 400. Yeah,
I would probably say that's very likely. I think that's pretty much the whole principle on which, like, if he is gonna be out there saying like, oh, I want to play 100,000 hands, like, you can't be saying that unless you're the kind of guy who has enough money that you could stand to lose like $4 million from this and it still wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? I mean,
yeah, I mean, I would estimate that he could probably stomach losing 10.
Yeah, I think he probably could, and I think that he might be one of a very, very small number of people in poker who could actually stomach that. And the funny part of this challenge as a whole is like, obviously Doug probably has a bunch of money too, but like there's no doubt that this money probably means more to Doug than it does to Daniel, because I think Doug wouldn't be doing this otherwise, right?
Yeah. So we saw a big pot go Daniel's way on the left. First of all, love the new graphical layout. I like what you're doing here, Andre. However, we didn't see Daniel's cards. And it doesn't appear that we're seeing Daniel's cards on either table. So hopefully my man Gray Torp can get that taken care of behind the scenes. Also, I know that when it's on the person, the stack size is a little bit difficult to read, so I'm just going to try to basically fill in anytime necessary, like whenever SPRs get low or whatever the case may be.
Sure. Yeah, I like these table themes. I wish you could actually play with blue tables on WSOP.
You can't?
I don't think you can.
Yeah, maybe you can.
I don't think they have a blue table theme. I know they have a bunch of like black and green and red, but I don't think they have blue.
Yeah, you might be right. I really like the gold ones whenever the like special events come up.
Oh, those are always good, right? I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with for the main event on Sunday.
Yeah, me too. Pretty pumped to play that. Actually, since you bring it up, I'm gonna be giving away pieces of my main event action over the next few streams. Gonna give away basically 10 0.5% pieces over the next 2 streams, and then I'm gonna give away 5 1% pieces on Sunday during the main event stream. So hopefully I don't fucking bust early, because that would be tragic.
Yeah, an early bust out in a tournament with half-hour levels and a 300 big blind starting stack, that definitely would be tragic. It's really hard to bust early in that tournament.
Yeah, that's true. You're playing it. What's your plan of attack here as far as like registration? Early levels, late levels. I mean, it's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a 12-hour day. We already know that much.
I'm gonna be regging from the start. I think that the small amount of like sort of soft money, quote unquote, that's going to be in the field is going to probably be satellite winners. And I think a lot of satellite winners they'll basically have to play from the start because they want a ticket, and the ticket doesn't allow you to late reg. So like, I think that accumulating a little bit at the start from whatever values available there is probably pretty significant. And I also think that, like, even if it's a long day, you can play pretty tight and conservative for like quite a while with that structure being as good as it is. And I think you can conserve energy relatively effectively like that. And certainly having played a lot online, I'm not unaccustomed to long days, so I feel like I'm okay with that side of it. But I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of people late reg. Yeah,
I will be one of the late reggers. I plan on starting at 2, so that would be like 4 hours in, or sorry, four levels in.
Yeah.
But I could be convinced to start on time, to be honest. I'm not. What's tripping me up is that it's a freeze out. And it's like, I just don't know that I would have the heart. It's a big Sunday too, so there's a 200K guarantee circuit main event, 525 buy-in.
Oh wow, yeah.
A 100K 320 buy-in, and a 1K 75K guarantee. So I don't know that I would have the heart to bust the main event by like 2 and then put in a full schedule.
Yeah. I mean, one of the reasons why I'm playing it from the start is I'm just going to be one tabling, right? I'm going to be streaming, and I'm going to be one tabling, and I'm fine with just like taking it pretty easy in the first few hours, because one tabling and just like talking with the chat on stream or whatever is pretty chill, so I'm okay with having a long day if it's going to start out that way.
That's my other concern, is that I don't know how I want to navigate multi-tabling.
Oh yeah, I
think it's too much value to not play the other events, but I also feel like the main is so special.
Like, I don't want to deal with the hassle of playing these other events. Like, they're good EV events, but I'm okay with just like giving that EV to the pool and just being like, here you go, guys, have the few dollars that that's available, and just like focusing on the main. Because I think I said on Twitter the other day, like, I've not played an online buy-in anywhere close to this big. Like, when it comes to live, I've played the main before, but online, like, I've played 1Ks, but that was back when I was playing on PokerStars from outside the US, and it's been a while since I've been in the online streets in a way where I've had to really focus, because it's a super high buy-in. So like, for me, I just want to stay focused on that one tournament,
Yeah, I mostly agree. I guess there's a part of me that just like wants to win events on stream. So like, I feel like 4 cracks is better than 1.
Right.
But it's tricky. It's tough to navigate. I'm probably gonna end up like late regging a lot of shit, and just ensuring that like we have runs in place. Yeah.
I feel like I'm still not maybe as familiar with the dynamics of streaming poker as you are. So it may be the case that if I'm just one tabling, everyone will be like, screw this guy. We want to watch a guy who's 8 tabling. I don't know.
No. One tabling. I only ever feature one table, and with something like the main, I would only feature that, even if I was streaming other tables, I think.
Sure. Yeah, I think the the dynamics of streaming are kind of interesting as far as it relates to poker, because one thing that I haven't had to think about with any of my streaming before is what kind of delay do I want to have, you know? So I'm not sure if you have like a standard delay that you have on the stream. Is it 5 minutes or is it 10 minutes?
Okay. Yeah, we do 5.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would ever think of changing it for a 10K? Like, would you be concerned about giving away info or something?
No, I mean, I think once I make the conscious decision to stream, I can't really care about that.
Yeah,
stuff.
that's fair.
I just have to like overlook it. And having streamed like the World Series events, making final tables and stuff like that, I acknowledge that there's an EV loss there.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's so great that you need to do things to protect yourself.
Sure. Yeah. And the way I'm looking at it is essentially, if I were at the point where enough people were watching my stream that I was concerned about somebody who was actually playing stumbling across it and getting some info about it, then it's sort of like I've already surpassed my usual viewership, you know. So it's yeah, I'm basically at the point where I'm not popular enough for me to be super worried about people like just randomly stumbling across my stream while they're playing the event. So it's like I don't have to worry about it.
You make the final table.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like if this is my best shot at being on ESPN is what I figure. Like and it's also my best shot at a bunch of people stumbling across my stream randomly, because maybe I'll be the only person on Twitch at that time streaming a 10K WSOP main event, you know. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that it's a pretty good opportunity for content creators for sure. It is a 2-day event, so I'll be interested to see how they navigate that. You know, we know the 888 software can't really stumble. This is interesting. Is that a misclick?
Was that wait? No, I think
single raise pot. Doug bets 3/4 on the flop, and Daniel clicks.
Daniel, it's not quite a click.
He wasn't a straight.
No, because Doug made it 1,500 and he made it 3,900.
He made it 1470.35.
Yeah, and Daniel made it 38 something.
Oh.
I think.
We'll have to go back and look.
I might have misread the 8 as the 8 might have been actually a 0. I can't quite tell, but I thought it was 3,800. So like a, excuse me, just a small check raise. But anyway, it's weird. It's weird one way or the other. But
yeah, we'll have to check on the replay because it was like the cents were exactly double. So it was like 0.35, and Daniel went to 0.70.
Yeah, maybe.
So I just assumed it was a straight click.
It could have been. It could have been. Chris Young in chat says you should consider a longer delay for the main Berkey because there may be a much longer time bank. I've actually checked and there isn't. It's only a 2-minute time bank.
Yeah, I already talked to the powers that be. Andre, can we run that hand back if you get a chance?
I forget you have powers that be contacts that I don't. So you probably knew it. You probably knew it was going to be 2 minutes long before the schedule was
long before.
But that schedule is wild. Do you see the?
Oh yeah. So no, you're right. Okay, that was not a click.
38.90. Yeah, it's just a weird size. That's all.
Oh, I know why. I know why it does that. It's because they both use Table Tamer and they convert their stacks to big blinds. So it's probably like, you know, Doug bets 3.5 big blinds and Daniel makes it like 9 big blinds or something.
Yeah,
like that.
I see. It's probably it. But yeah, interesting hand. What was I saying? Time banks. Oh yeah, structure-wise, they've got that 90-minute first level of day 2. Do you know what the logic is behind that?
Is it 90 or 60? I heard that it was gonna be 60.
I think I saw the schedule said it was 90. So it was like 30 minutes and then 90 minutes first level of day 2, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I didn't even know that they had put that out there publicly. I thought it was 60, but the reason is because they don't have the capacity to run a 2-day event. 888 software. So what happens is when the last hand is dealt, they have to freeze everybody's stacks.
Okay.
So basically, they have to end the tournament when the last hand is dealt, but it has to be done manually.
Oh.
Because the tournament obviously won't be finished, and we'll just continue to play on. This happened like 4 years ago, whenever they did the final table of the first online event live. A message popped up and said like, congratulations, you've made the final table, and then play continued.
Yeah.
And everybody was like really weirded out and didn't know what to do. So as best I can understand, it's a combination of having to deal with technical issues and having to like manually restart the tournament, which I guess they're anticipating issues with.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's gonna be a hell of a bubble because it should be like right around the money bubble too.
Well, the thing is, that's what I was expecting too. But I was talking with Matt Vaughn. Shout out to Matt Vaughn, popular poker vlogger, who I've been doing some coaching sessions with lately, working on his MTT game. And we were looking at the structure for this Sunday because he's playing it as well. Mm-hmm. And we did some calculations, and it seems like if they get the 200 to 300 runner field that we're expecting, the average stack going into day 2 is likely to be somewhere in the 80 to 120 big blind region. So we're still going to be super deep at the beginning of day 2,
right?
Which suggests that either the bubble is going to be crazy deep, or the bubble won't be happening until maybe halfway through day 2. So it's an interesting kind of a dynamic. So we might get that one really long level, and then the bubble may still not come until quite a while after that. So it's going to be a weird tournament.
Yeah, I'm pumped for it though.
Oh, I'm excited. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's been a while since I mean, obviously with COVID and everything, it's been a while since I played a tournament that got me a little fired up and got me excited, because usually it's only the World Series events that do that. So it's nice to be back playing something that's exciting and a bit more unique,
I really enjoyed this summer. That was one of the most entertaining versions of content creation that I've done outside of like, the little bit of stuff that we've done for YouTube, like the Software Chronicles and Results. Obviously, Results May Vary is like one of my favorites, but yeah, just like as much of a chore as it was to stream every single day for a month and a half, the sweats and the deep runs and like, I don't know, like the community kind of came together for it, right? Like Platt doing his own coverage and WSOP having a Twitch channel. Oh, it looks like we have a big one brewing here.
Oh yeah.
Best I can tell, this is probably a 3-bet check spot. Oh, yum.
And it makes a flush.
Yeah, can we play that back? That's kind of interesting. If he 3-bet that hand, which I'm guessing that he did, obviously great board for him. Definitely C-bet. Probably check the turn. If he checked the turn, though, he should be value betting river for sure. That's a weird river check. Okay, 3-bet call.
Oh, that's the dream board.
Pretty standard bet there. I don't like that check on the turn, but okay, fine. Definitely have to bet river.
Maybe he was going for a check raise all in on the turn.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the turn I don't love. I think it's a pretty great card to barrel on, but like I understand the check. I think range wise, we're probably going to have a fair amount of checks on that turn 8. Mm-hmm. When the deuce of diamonds hits the river, though, after taking that check line, I don't think I love checking again. I think like a block works pretty well. I also think a bomb can work pretty well.
Yeah, it feels like it really depends on how much 10x Daniel thinks Doug is checking back on flop, or checking back on turn, I mean, because if Doug has, the more 10x Doug has for checking back the turn, the more likely it is that when Daniel checks that river, Doug is going to have some value betting hands that are going to be capable of just calling a check raise. Because obviously we can assume that if Daniel checks that river, he's checking the river to check raise because of how strong his hand is, right? He's not checking out of any kind of sense of conservativeness. So it's a question of, does he feel like he's going to get more value out of the calling hands that Doug might have, or potentially the bluff raises, or the hands that might bet call against a raise? And if there's a good chunk of 10x that checks back the turn, maybe there's a good chunk of bet calls. But ultimately, it's very plausible Doug could actually just be betting most of his 10x on that turn, depending on how he perceives Daniel's checking range there. So
I also
it's
think
an interesting spot.
I also think it's like a little bit too zoomed in if you're just focusing on 10x, because I think that's like the smallest portion of Doug's range.
Yeah,
Doug's going to have a lot of floats. He's going to have a lot of pocket pairs. He's going to have a lot of 8x that he actually turns a pair with and then checks back, that he probably won't go for value with, given that it's a 3-bet pot on the end. So like, yeah, the check seems like almost a player specific play, where it's like, oh, I know Doug. This is what I struggle with, right? I feel like not enough river aggression goes in from Daniel's side because of the concept that Doug calls too much, or that Doug is not a folder, right? And then at the same token, a lot of river passivity goes in with good hands because, well, Doug likes to value bet thin as well. But I just think like it's underestimating how much can be contrived from playing the inducing game of sorts. Like, I really like a block there because a lot of Doug's range is going to be floats and very marginal showdown value. When he checks back the turn, he's not going to arrive at river with a lot of hands that are going to want to be bluffing. Not to say that he doesn't have a range of hands that are bluffs, because of course he will, but like they may just feel futile at that point because most of them would have either wanted to start bluffing the turn, or the run out is such that it's favorable enough to Daniel where he's not just going to have a hand like Queen Jack high that didn't bluff turn is now going to start bluffing river. Yeah,
I think the block bet on river depends on. Yeah, Doug just made quads, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. He didn't win a big one, but yeah. I think it kind of depends on to what extent Daniel thinks Doug perceives his range for blocking on the river has hands that bet fold in it, right? Because the premise of blocking is that we're inducing thin value raises from Doug, which is a little iffy in that spot, but also just bluff raises. And the bluff raises are only really going to come in with a substantial frequency if Doug thinks Daniel is blocking with hands that are then going to fold. And so it's possible maybe Daniel in that spot doesn't go for the block if he thinks that, or maybe there's some kind of history based on him blocking and then just calling a raise or something like that. Maybe that makes the block in Daniel's eyes a bit less feasible, but it does seem like a pretty reasonable strategic option in that spot. But in the end, obviously, we see the check and Doug just gets away with one checking back.
Yeah, I guess like I'm just viewing it through the vantage point of like, say Doug has the ace of diamonds in range.
Sure.
Now all of a sudden he's going to check that down when check two because it has a lot of showdown value. But when blocked into, it's more likely he's going to turn it into a bluff than just a call.
Yeah, that's for sure. It'll be interesting. It would be interesting to know sort of what the distribution of offsuit aces in Doug's range is like there, because I don't necessarily have enough familiarity with what like raise and then call a 3-bet ranges look like in these heads-up games to know, like, is Doug just peeling most of his ace X against the 3-bet? Is he folding a good chunk of it? Like, it's hard to know exactly how much ace of diamonds he has there.
It's a lot.
Probably,
it's definitely like always 10 plus. Certainly some ace 9, ace 8, ace 7, I think, and then probably some ace 5 off.
Yeah, that makes sense. So someone in chat is saying, Poker RP says, I've seen Matt in person but don't remember where. Which Matt are you talking about? There's
I think Vaughn. Right, I think Vaughn actually.
Oh, okay. That's 3. There's 3 Matts. Man, we should do a stream sometime with all 3 of us just to confuse the hell out of chat.
Well, no one calls me Matt, so it's by default not me.
It's probably you. Or it's probably me rather. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he has such a normal face. Saying someone has a really normal face is a very odd thing to say. Like, I don't know what a normal face looks like. And especially if you're talking about if you're talking about me, like, I don't know how to respond to that, so I'm just gonna like move on from it, I guess.
Yeah, I assume he's talking about Vaughn.
Probably. He has a mailman face. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it is what it is, I suppose. What's going on here? We've got Daniel betting 10K on the river.
So I'm guessing that this probably went 3-bet to 4 call, C-bet, 3rd call, turn check, river check, 75%. We see a lot of check raising out of Doug in these spots. But to be fair, every time I've seen Doug check raise that spot, he has it. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like a favorable card for him falls in a spot where he either cooled off his opponent.
Here's what I found.
Oops.
What was that?
I Google. Where it's a spot where like either he cooled off his opponent or his opponent just like has a shutdown or a give up. And so like he often just seems to check that spot and kind of follows through with a lot of check raises. Good to see Daniel get one through there. Very likely he just had Queen Jack.
Right. It's
which
funny
is frustrating.
Yeah, it's funny that we've got to that point in the match where when Daniel bombs the river, we're just assuming he has it. Like, we're just treating him like he's 2004 Daniel.
Oh, it's not that. If that was a 3-bet pot, the ace is just so favorable for Doug. For him to find a bet there, he has to have like a pretty strong top pair plus.
Yeah, that's fair. He may be struggling to find bluffs in that type of spot as well in 3-bet pots.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Chin about this yesterday, where I think it's pretty plausible that despite all of our theoretical understanding of the game, and despite how good both of these guys are, but particularly Doug at heads up no limit hold'em, there are still probably just like thousands of spots that both of these guys arrive at with 0 bluff candidates, just due to like
probably pretty fair.
Yeah, just due to like the line work and the run out, where it's just like, okay, well, that was the least probable run out, and the line that we took up until this point now completed all the hands that I had planned on bluffing river with.
Yeah, and I think probably one of the things that might separate Doug from Daniel in those spots is the ability to understand, based on his familiarity with solver outputs and heads up no limit and these complex spots, which hands to pick as bluffs in order to allow himself to have bluffs in those situations. So when the board runs out, like when those boards where it's like 4 to a straight and it's like queen jack 10-9 or whatever, and you have to try to find bluffs on rivers, Daniel might be in a spot where he struggles to identify which candidates are the best ones to actually turn into bluffs, but Doug may have a little bit of an easier time with that just because he's put in the reps.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair assessment.
Another 3-bet coming in from Dnegs and a fold. Do you remember the days when every time Daniel was on TV poker, his whole thing was just you just never fold rivers?
Yeah.
You remember that? Like it was probably like 2008 through 2012 or so, but just every televised game there would always be a hand where it was like someone bets big on the river and Daniel sits there for 5 minutes and then clicks call and he's like, okay, I lose. And that was just like his gimmick for 4 years basically. And it's funny now to think about if that version of Daniel was still the version we were seeing here, like this might actually be a different game because maybe he wouldn't be folding rivers so much,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's folding good hands for what it's worth.
Sure.
I think the issue early on was that he was just getting to river with too many hands in spots. So for instance, we saw yesterday, and we've already seen once this session today, where Doug was the 4-better and went quarter pot on flop both yesterday and today. Landed on turn with about 1.15 SPR, give or take, and found a shove. And yesterday we saw that same spot for Daniel, I think 3 different times. And all 3 times Daniel went quarter pot on the flop and either quarter or third pot on the turn, setting up like a 0.5 SPR on river. And it's a 4-bet pot, so ranges are pretty tight. So like it's not that big of a deal, but it does become like a little bit of a problem when now all of a sudden your entire range is kind of landing on river in these 4-bet spots over and over and over again, where like Doug's isn't. Doug is denying equity.
Yeah, I think that the general nature of heads up is such that it puts a lot of it puts a big spotlight on like any instance where you're arriving at a certain point with too weak of a range, right? Because it makes it so much harder to get away with it. And at the same time, it does the same thing where you're arriving with too tight of a range. If you're just arriving with too tight of a range at the turn, like if you're overfolding the flop, like heads up is gonna crush you in that regard. Like it's almost more damaging in heads up to overfold than it is to like just be the kind of player who's way too sticky and just doesn't give up.
Well, specifically when the pot's the largest.
Yeah. Right.
If you're just forced into overfolds because your range is too wide on rivers when the pots have been bloated, it's a huge fucking problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean it's never a wise thing to be overfolding at the best of times against players who are very capable of having bluffs in the right spots, like these two players both are. But the particularly damaging part of it in heads up is that it's so easy in so many situations to sort of misestimate or underestimate just how much you have to be continuing in certain spots. These situations where you get somebody opening a they're opening 90% of hands, and then they're continuing on the flop, 70% of the time for quarter pot on a certain board, and like you have to find a lot of continues, like all kinds of crazy like king high hands and random backdoors and all sorts of stuff, and it's just so easy to fold like 5% too much in that spot, and all of a sudden you're getting crushed because that's a big margin in a heads up scenario.
Yeah, over on table 2, this is a 3-bet pot. Doug c-bet for quarter, or for third rather, got called by Daniel. Turn goes check check. River's an ace. Daniel chooses 75%. Seems reasonable. I also think that this is a spot where...
Wow.
Man.
Yeah.
That's pretty
That's a
fascinating.
soul crusher.
I actually think that that's a really great call by Doug.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good recognition of a spot where ultimately he most likely just feels Daniel is over bluffing and he has a bluff catcher. So when you feel someone's over bluffing, you just call, right? And if that's the case, he's very correct to make that call.
Yeah, I mean, like looking at it through the lens of what are Daniel's value bets on the end, I think that the reason why Doug has the capacity to call with third pair here is when Daniel chooses not to bet the turn, he has a lot of floats that land on river. So hands similar to what he has, 5-4, 5-6, things like that, 9-10, 8-9, and then all of his backdoor clubs. Now, when he lands on the river, the only ace-X that he's going to possess is the naked ace of spades, which had to have chosen not to start bluffing the turn, and ace-X of clubs. But there's not a whole lot ace-X of clubs. I mean, granted, I think Doug would rather have 8-7 of clubs than 8-7 of hearts, but like we're just being nitpicky at that point as far as like what his call downs are. So essentially, the second Doug has some confidence that Daniel would not value bet a jack there, which I think, based on what we've seen, there's a little bit of an element of when you're against a really good, capable opponent in a 3-bet pot who can check raise advantageous cards for himself on the river, you just don't go thin. So I think like because of that, like we see a lot less Jack X out of Daniel betting on the river. We also probably see a lot less Jack X out of Daniel checking back the turn for those exact reasons. Like you need to get that street somewhere. So like once that becomes the case, now Doug really only has to concern himself with ace X. Flushes aren't checking back the turn. The naked ace of spades isn't always checking back the turn. I think like I kind of think I would have liked to have seen Doug or Daniel's 5-4 go for it on the turn and turn itself into a 3-barrel or into a 2-barrel rather. It's the worst hand that he's going to arrive at this point with. I think like, he's not going to have a ton of those hands, those 5 high hands, 6 high hands. Yeah. And they seem pretty reasonable to start bluffing off whenever a spade comes. Granted, the 3 of spades is pretty unique and you earn less folds because it pairs bottom pair, but just a consideration. All in all, he has no choice on the river. He has to bet. But the ace is just like a pretty shitty card.
Yeah. I think the way it kind of struck me is that the ace on the river is a card where when Daniel bets 2/3, it puts him in a position of being polarized enough that he's basically repping an ace or better. I think it's, as you say, it's kind of hard for him to be representing a range where a jack is fully present in that range. It's hard to imagine that Daniel would take that 2/3 pot sizing with the jack, especially because of how difficult it is for him to check back the turn with the jack. So I think when you look at it through that lens, and Doug sort of scans backwards and looks at Daniel calling the 3-bet, and then did Doug check call the flop or did Doug bet the flop?
He bet small.
Oh, okay. So Daniel's call on the flop there, there's a certain amount of ace high in there, but there can never really be that much. And then when the ace comes on the river, obviously it's just a question of how many bluffs does Doug think Daniel has relative to his value bets, and it may well be the case that he's just under value betting, and that's why he gets looked up there. What I would have been interested to see is if Doug has like king queen there, does he look him up with that too? Like, does he feel like even that is strong enough to look him up, or does he feel like maybe that blocks enough of Daniel's potential bluffs that he can actually fold that? So I would have been very curious with a different hand in Doug's scenario there to see how much bluff catching he's willing to do there.
Yeah, and just to put a cap on this, that's not to say that Daniel's over bluffing the river. He's just over bluffing relative to his value bets. So he's just like under value betting.
Exactly, which is under value betting and over bluffing functionally turn into the same thing, because you give people the right odds to call. So it's an important distinction that people, I think, miss sometimes. That you may be able to look at a certain spot and you might think, well, I don't think I can find too many bluffs in their range here, but you also might be able to say, well, there's very few value bets, and that could be a spot where they're actually 50-50. They have 5 combos of bluffs, but only also 5 combos of value, in which case it's a snap with any bluff.
Yeah. And it's very easy to like convince yourself as the person who ran the bluff who got called to say like, oh, I definitely value bet my Jack X there.
Yeah.
It's like, in a vacuum you do, but against a player who's capable of like check raise bluffing you at a high frequency, maybe a higher frequency than equilibrium, that's not an easy trigger to pull.
Right, because if you really there's a certain point where it forces you to commit, because if you really think he's check raise bluffing you more than equilibrium, you're supposed to bet the Jack, and then when he shoves, you're supposed to call the Jack, which just looks absurd on Ace Jack. What was it? Jack 7 3 3 Ace 3 spades. It just looks absurd when you have King Jack of hearts and you just bet call the river there. So you've really got to believe in that read if you're willing to expose yourself to that check raise spot.
Yeah.
A lot of love for the table layout in chat. I think the blue tables are popular.
Yeah, I love the table look. I think that there's some things that are a little bit foreign. Well, actually, we're just using the wrong deck is the problem. So the World Series has a bunch of different decks. This is definitely the most aesthetically pleasing one, but they get the colors wrong. So hearts are blue instead of red.
Diamonds are red as well.
Yeah.
Except for some reason with what we're seeing right now, clubs are red.
Right.
Check it out.
Right.
Check it out. That left table, but that's not normally what it's like. Normally on WSOP, it's clubs are green, which is what they are everywhere. So that's weird.
Well, sort of. They have 2 decks. One the colors are inversed, and the other one.
Oh, so they have 2. Okay, I didn't realize they had two versions of this deck. Wow.
Not of this deck. It's like the big face versus the small face. So the big face has the correct color scheme. The small face has the incorrect one.
Okay.
But Andre, to make the tables blue, ran an overlay.
Right.
Over
Okay.
everything. So it's skewing the hue of everything.
I see.
That's why we have the purple numbers. Which honestly, I wish the purple numbers were a little bit more legible, because I love it. It reminds me of like playing asteroids.
Oh, okay, nice. That's
like, it looks like a video game number to me.
You're aging yourself there.
That's fine. I don't care.
What was the last video game you played?
Man, it's been a long time.
I was gonna say, like, I wonder if you even remember.
I bought Red Dead Redemption 2, and I still haven't opened the pack.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's crazy. I haven't played my way through Red Dead 1 yet, but we're gonna do that on stream sometime. We got to do that.
Yeah, God, I love Red Dead 1. I need to finish it.
I've heard Red Dead 2 is amazing too, so you'll probably enjoy that one.
Perfect. 3-bet on both tables by Daniel.
Both tables, wow, that's strong.
So these are fascinating flops, more so on the right than the left. We'll see how both of these play out. Queen type 4 is a very neutral board in these 3-bet pots. Not surprised to see Daniel do a lot of checking. I'm a little bit more surprised to see him check the 10-7-5 rainbow board. I think he could have.
Doug's going like what, 40% ish?
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see Daniel just bet 40. I feel like calling. I mean, whatever, man. You just have to be a hero. Like, if you're gonna start checking this board, you have to start calling with like King Queen High and things of nature.
Sure.
I have seen Daniel do some checking in these spots with like 10x type hands, and this does seem like it's going to be the more interesting of the two spots. This Queen should hit Doug probably a little bit more than Daniel. I think a lot of Daniel's Queen X outside of Ace Queen probably starts betting the flop.
Yeah.
And unless he's doing like, some hero plays where he's check calling, like some Queen Jack, maybe some Queen 10. Yeah, that's unfortunate because that run out was advantageous to him. The other pot just checks down. He loses 9-6 high versus 8-6 high, which on that texture makes a lot of sense. His hand had no properties to connect to the board, so he kind of unblocks all of the equity Doug could possess. Can't really start firing off shells with the old 9-6 high.
Indeed. Can't fire off that many shells in heads up. You've got to be a little bit more restrained.
Yeah.
It's a little easier for people to pick up on tendencies when they're playing every single hand against you, as opposed to multiple hands against multiple people all over the table. It's one of the dynamics.
I wonder how much the two tabling impacts his decision-making process. Because, like, personally, like, mine definitely dilutes exponentially the more tables that I run, especially heads up.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the. It's like there's like a sliding scale of things that disappear when you add more tables online, and the first thing that like drops out when you add tables beyond a certain point is your ability to pick up on dynamics and how the other player is sort of feeling in terms of their timing and things like that, you know. So I would think that if it was just one table, there might be a little bit of more of a sense of how the dynamic is shaping up. But ultimately, with heads up, like, I don't have a ton of experience. I've never played two tables heads up against the same player before, so like maybe the dynamic is almost amplified as a result of that.
Yeah. Interesting spot here on the left. Single raise pot, 6-5-4, all diamonds. Daniel chooses the one big blind bet, which I think is pretty cool on these types of textures. Not really an advantageous flop to him, but you can start to create a pretty interesting line depending on runouts once you choose this small size. You force Doug to kind of define his range a little bit through a check call versus a check raise. I imagine Daniel has some showdown value here, some 6x, perhaps a turned queen that he pot controlled with. I think when he value bets river, we're going to be looking at like queen X being bottom of range, and then a lot of like two pairs, some jack 6 suited, queen. No queen X two pairs unless it's exactly queen jack.
You don't think Daniel's value betting worse than a queen there? Because I feel like he really should be.
Yeah, I think he probably should be too. I guess, but like really the only worse would be, I guess, jack X. So
That's funny.
Sure.
Because I was looking at that and going like a 6 is a clear value bet, because
It may
I feel
be.
like
It may be. Obviously, like I'm not too polished on this. I just think like the availability for Doug's calls versus raises probably lends himself towards raises.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, he's definitely going to get raised a fair amount there. But obviously, I think the main sort of variable that is going to dictate it here is to what extent Daniel believes Doug is capped when he check calls the flop. And I think that one of the bigger
by river he's not, though, because he's only calling one big blind, so he can call with like all queen of diamonds, all jack of diamonds.
Oh, sure. But what I mean is like if when Doug calls the flop, he mostly has hands that either make a pair on that board on turn or river, or they just had one pair to begin with, or maybe some of them are just complete bricks. Like if he just never has flushes or straights when he check calls the one big blind on the flop, then now Daniel gets to value bet a lot more, not indiscriminately, but like a lot wider for that fairly large sizing. And he can easily get looked up by a 5 sometimes, like a 5 with a diamond maybe could easily look him up. So I feel like a 6 could at least consider value betting there.
Yeah. I think you have to start to consider like what calls.
Sure.
Because I would imagine Doug probably has no pocket 7s through pocket 10s in range.
Yeah.
Especially the single raise pot.
Sure.
And I imagine he probably has very little.
What's going on there on the right?
It's a fun run out.
Yeah, I was gonna say you look confused by something, but yeah, it's just the interesting run out.
That card hit, it kind of attention.
Yeah,
it's like, well, this is one of those situations where there are very few blinds in the pot, and a whole bunch could be shuffled in.
Yeah, I hope we see like bet, raise, re-raise, all in, or something. Just quads against straight flush one time. Oh no, we just get 5 of diamonds against the 7 of diamonds. Okay, that was a lot less, fun than it could have been, but not every pot can be an all in.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good by both.
Yeah, those runouts are tricky though, and that's one of those boards kind of like we were talking about earlier, where it's probably really tough for both players to know what they should be bluffing with on those boards, right? Like, because they don't arrive at the river with a lot of ace high or worse on a board of king king queen, what was it, king king queen 10-9 or something like that with 4 diamonds, you know. So you have to be bluffing with probably like, I don't know, queen x of, maybe not queen x, but like maybe some hands like 10-9 of hearts or something that actually made like a low 2 pair that's counterfeited, stuff like that. You know, I think it's really hard to find bluffs in those spots, but the best players do it, and I wouldn't be too surprised if both of these players at least are capable of thinking that one through to find bluffs there.
Yeah.
Question from Alexandre in the chat. I don't know which Matt that's directed to, but you're probably best placed to answer it. The one about Doug's edge is greater in mindset. What do you think?
It's hard to say no, just because Daniel's so open about like his emotions, and I don't know how much that actually impacts him in real time. Doug is more experienced. I don't know that like he's more mentally strong than Daniel though. Like Daniel has been a professional for going on 25 plus years. Like he'll be fine.
Sure.
Doug's greatest edge is in skill, and that's what Daniel's trying to close the gap on.
Yeah, Daniel's trying to make up that gap with his willingness to take on risk, I suppose, in that kind of as we implied earlier on, like there's not really an amount of money that Daniel could lose in this challenge where it would be that impactful to him. Whereas, let's say they did play 100,000 hands, you know, there is some hypothetical amount of money that would be at risk over the course of those 100,000 hands that if Doug were to lose it, it would start to put a lot of pressure on him probably. But the financial difference between the two of them is just a matter of speculation. So it seems not super productive to go that far into it. But basically Daniel's super experienced. It's hard to say that there's anybody in poker who's better placed to deal with ups and downs than somebody who's been a pro for 20 years, who's been at the top, who's been around for every era in recent poker history. So I wouldn't think that Daniel's experiencing too many ups and downs here. But
also, everybody's just different.
We'll see.
Some people could just be super emotional and play elite. Like Scott Seaver comes to mind. He's just a very emotional character, and it doesn't really seem to impact his play much at all. Other people are robots, and that seems fine too.
Who's the biggest robot that you know? You've played with almost everybody.
Ike is for sure up there.
Yeah, that's true. Although whenever I see from Ike away from the table, like he was on Joe Rogan years back. Like he doesn't come across like a robot outside the table, but I think at the table he's probably gone through so much at this point that he's neutralized any emotional reaction to virtually everything that happens, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's true. What up, E? Nice of you to join us, my man from Austin. We got to hang with all this past week at Palm Social. Appreciate the support.
Welcome. Shout out to everybody who's been hanging out with you guys, and everybody who's been apparently taking your money for the last couple weeks.
Yeah, he got a nice little chunk. He definitely got a nice little chunk.
So are you lifetime in Texas? Are you up or down?
I mean, I'm up a significant amount, but like I'm probably close to even. Like if you count money that I lost on that trip. Like I didn't lose really very much money in the actual card house itself, but I lost like 16K on an app, and I lost like 10K cross booking, and
I see.
Stupid amounts of money just doing other gambling.
Yeah, that's fair. I was gonna ask which state in the union is your most profitable state, but it's got to be Nevada, right? You've got to have won most of your money in Nevada. Yeah. Like
sure.
It's kind of insane to ask. I was gonna say, but is there any state outside Nevada where you've particularly won a lot or lost a lot?
Probably Florida or California. I mean, just going off of tournaments,
it's probably, I guess those are the states where the majority of big tournaments happen, I suppose.
Yeah, I have a big final table in Florida. I have 2 deep runs in LAPC. I think Florida probably still outweighs a little bit. I think my LAPC caches are for like 200, where the Florida final table was for 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I have other caches there.
Yeah, fair enough. I was half, with all the stories you have, I was half expecting you to say like, oh, I lost a bunch of money in Alaska one time, you know, something
oh,
like
I
that.
guess I played live at the bike a bunch though too, so that's six-figure swings one way or the other.
Yeah.
No, New Jersey's definitely where I'm losing the most. I think the Borgata is the only casino that I'm not winning, but lifetime.
I see. Cool. What's the most obscure place you've played poker?
Ooh.
You ever playing like, I don't know, Missouri or some state that's not even known for poker?
I mean, I played at WinStar, but yeah.
Where's that? Where's WinStar?
Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. I guess people know Oklahoma because it has. What's the other place in Oklahoma that hosts a big tournament every year?
I thought it was WinStar.
It might be. That's the casino, but I'm trying to think of the town, or I don't know. But there's at least I know everybody knows there's a WPT in Oklahoma every year, right? So like, it's not that unknown. But I was hoping you'd have some story about a time you went to play poker in some really obscure place in like, I don't know, North Dakota or Alaska or something like that.
No, nothing entertaining or interesting like that.
Fair enough. We got a 4-bet coming in from Dnegs, I think. Right hand table.
Yeah, he sized up. Haven't really seen this too much. Doug has been the one choosing the larger 4-bet size. Daniel's been going to like 9K mostly. Doug choosing 10. He did decide to go 11 there. What up, Stretch? My man Anthony. I played next to him at the tournament. I actually was reviewing some hands with my student today, and you were involved in a couple of them. Cold calling some 3-bets, my man. I see you out there. He gets the suited ace. He just doesn't want to fold. Congratulations
who wants
on the
to fold
third place
suited
finish.
ace?
No, I'm with you. I'm definitely.
Nobody likes folding a suited ace. Folding a suited ace is almost as hard as folding king queen suited.
King queen suited is worse.
Yeah, I mean, king queen folding king queen suited is like the hardest thing in poker, basically.
Yeah,
if you can.
Oh, Choctaw, yeah.
Yeah, right. It's Choctaw. That's what I was thinking of. But also Durant, because I've heard of that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Berkey, do you bet $1 million on a round of golf like Ivy? Says RP. I don't think I've ever known you to even play golf.
I've never golfed. Wow, Doug sat out. I've never seen Doug sit out. What's going on? This is madness. Doug's literally never taken a break. Only Daniel.
Wow. So Doug doesn't even use the bathroom or whatever. He just.
He's probably like walking around his house with a laptop on. Like, I don't want to miss a hand.
Yeah, probably is. Wow. He's sitting out at one table. We've got some action on the other table though. Only about 4K in the pot, but an interesting board.
I'm making a big deal about him sitting out. He probably just like has to answer the door or something.
Like his takeout delivery just got here.
Yeah, like I can't fathom that this is anything of substance.
Yeah, it's got to be some routine thing, or like, I don't know, he's had a power outage or something like that, you know. So we got what's that?
Somebody said most obscure place underage at Turning Stone. I've definitely played at Turning Stone a bunch. I played at like Silver Creek, which is in middle of nowhere, New York. But yeah, nothing too crazy.
Okay, I guess the general rule is if it's in a state that people outside the U.S. can point to on a map, it's never going to be that obscure. You know, if it's somewhere in New York State, like people know where New York State is. But like if you said you'd played in Iowa or North Dakota or whatever, if you show a map of the U.S. to a European and ask them to point to Iowa, like they don't know. So
yeah,
that's my yardstick.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Sam Sadler Mills says, Hunt, you won a Venetian event a couple of years ago where my friend played, was your heads up opponent. Yes, I remember that. I remember that very well. Your friend was not happy with me when that event was done. Your friend thought that my decision to peel his min raise from the button heads up with 8-4 suited was really bad. But I have to tell him it wasn't as bad as his decision to 3-bet jam all in with ace deuce on 9-4-4. So that's all I remember fired. Of that. Bang, yeah, bang. I mean it sounds like bang bang, but like honestly, he lost heads up and he was tilted, and it wasn't like a big deal or anything. But yes, I remember there was four Brits in the final 5 at some random $400 tournament in the Venetian. It was very weird, but
pretty strong.
That was a fun one. The only live tournament I've ever won. Yeah,
it's one more than I've ever won.
Well, you had a piece of that one, so technically you've won, some percentage of a live tournament at least.
That's true. While we're taking a short break here, now's probably a good time to announce that I am going to be giving away a piece of my main event today. So Odyssey, I know you're out there, my man. We're going to go through the usual ritual. If you guys want a chance to enter, I need you to like and subscribe to our channel. So like this video, subscribe to the channel. And then I need you to comment on the most recent vlogcast video. Just any comment. Don't put contest. Like basically, Odyssey combs through the content or the comments to pick candidates to win the contest. So give yourself a shot. Don't just put like contest or some one word answer there. He's just gonna gloss right over you, and you're not gonna have a shot. But we're giving away 5 0.5% pieces to Sunday's 10K. So, you know, if I'm break even in the field, that's worth $50 to you. If I'm a favorite in the field, it's going to be worth a little bit more. If I ship the whole goddamn thing, it's going to be worth thousands. So, you know, basically like, subscribe, leave a comment on the vlogcast. Part 1. Let's just do part 1 because we had a bit of a mishap where we had to do a 2-parter because halfway through the live vlogcast, everything just shut down. Literally, the lights went out.
Wow.
It was very, very bad timing.
Yeah, it's funny because that happened to me. Not to me, but I was on somebody else's stream, another mental health streamer, a couple of weeks back, and same thing happened. He had a power outage right in the middle, and I was like sat here talking to nobody, just waiting for someone's power to come back on thousands of miles away over in the UK, and it was weird experience. So a lot of power outages going around this winter, I guess. I don't know why. Oh,
what is this?
What is what?
5-minute warning. Did you see that pop up or no?
I did see that pop up. Yeah, that's part of our Skype chat.
I just want to make sure I wasn't losing my mind.
No, it's 5-minute warning to 3:30. I guess whenever. I guess sometime soon, whoever you've got to replace me is hopefully gonna show up. But I guess is it Chin, right?
Yeah, I told Andre that you had a hard out at 3:30 because.
Well, it's 3:45. Like
okay.
I have to be back on stream on my stream at 4.
Okay.
But, 3:45 is good. So I have like a while because I I assume that Chin won't be here on time. You know.
No, probably not. Almost. It's okay. I can handle these streets. I'm a streamer.
You do it solo. Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. We'll keep you as long as you're willing to stay.
Sure, man. I'll hang out. What are we getting in chat? I'm just reading chat here. Someone asking who is the Lady of the Felt. Landon was talking about her on Ingram's stream. I don't know who that is. Don't have a clue.
Probably the woman that I coach. Her name is Juliet, but it's Queen of the Felt.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, she's just like a Florida grinder. Plays like 5'5", 5'10". Came to Texas. Yeah, just hung out, grinded those games.
That's a hell of a nickname, Queen of the Felt.
Yeah, she's a social media mogul.
Okay. I have a skepticism about self-chosen nicknames. Like, I feel like you don't get to give yourself a nickname, you know?
Like
I feel
Chin?
like, yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, but at least that one comes from his name, right? I mean, her name isn't Queen of the Felt, so like,
right. He swears that he didn't give himself that nickname, so like, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, but I think one day he was just like, nah, call me Chin.
I think it's fine to be like, because for me, it's like, people call me Matt and whatever, and sometimes they'll ask me, do you prefer Matt or Matthew? And I'll say Matt. And for you, it's people call you Berkey. It's part of your name.
Yeah.
It's not like a self-chosen thing. But when you go out there and you're like, it's like giving yourself a gimmick, like you're a pro wrestler or something. You know? It's
people think that I named myself Alpha Reg.
Yeah. I don't think you did that at all. But Joey did that.
I don't like that name.
Yeah. Joey.
I mean, I've adopted it. And like,
Joey on Live at the Bike one time? Was that it?
Yeah. Ingram started it.
Yeah, right. And he and Chin were on commentary, and they were like riffing on it, and suddenly it became a thing, you know.
Yeah.
And it's kind of funny that it just sort of stuck. And I feel bad for you that people think you made it up, because it's definitely not the kind of thing I can see you doing, like going out there being like, all right, I'm the Alpha Reg. That's what I'm going to call myself right now. That doesn't seem in character. So
I think that a lot of people think that my bravado is like a million X what it actually is.
Yeah, it's funny. I think your social media, the disconnect between your social media and real life has like narrowed though. I feel like because it used to be that I think the way people saw you on Twitter and the way that you actually are were like super different. But I feel like it's like merging a little bit to now. Your range is merging, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard, right? Because like I mostly grew up in bro culture, being an athlete my whole life, and poker is a very cerebral game where intellects are revered. So like for me, my true personality is some mesh between those two.
Right.
But you know, it's pretty easy to just chameleon into the environment that you're a part of. So like if I'm talking to poker Twitter, I don't really see any reason to dilute myself down to bro culture.
Right, of course.
And the irony is that like the opposite would have been probably better received.
Yeah, I think these days it's you know, it's not hard to find a home on social media for any type of dialogue that you put out there, but within poker in particular, there's a certain kind of thing that people gravitate towards, and a certain kind of thing that they're like, you know, they just tend to ignore, I guess. And I've sort of noticed. What's funny is I've noticed over the time that I've been on Twitter as well is that poker Twitter itself has a weird dynamic where I feel like there's a lot of people who follow people on Twitter, who follow poker players on Twitter because they're hoping that players are going to like drop these little nuggets of wisdom that they can pick up and get sort of like free advice from, you know, because I feel like there's a lot of poker players where I look at and it's like they tweet about something sort of non-poker related, and then they don't get many likes or retweets or whatever, and then they tweet the slightest tiny bit of poker strategy advice or anything related to poker strategy, and it's like 300 people jump on this tweet, and then it becomes like a big deal because there's so many people who are using Twitter to try to get little bits of poker strategy here and there. It's such an interesting dynamic that I've kind of noticed.
Yeah, I think that's true. But I also think that makes sense, right? Like if you're not tweeting about your industry shouldn't really support you tremendously. Like that should be what goes viral.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily saying it's anything to do with like the poker players themselves. It's just I find it interesting that people look at Twitter as a place that they can get some kind of poker advice, you know, or like it's that I feel like people are looking for little places where they can get little nuggets of information for free, and they latch onto that as opposed to having like a structured process for it, I guess. You know?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So poker Twitter is really, it's an interesting like sort of microcosm of social media as a whole, I guess, or like a place to learn about how people interact on social media.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I use it for. I mostly use it to accumulate information and different perspectives. So like, I think that's fairly reasonable from a poker strat side. I also just think like we hold people's feet to the fire for very lack of nuance takes.
Sure.
Or I guess takes that are nuanced that we just don't necessarily see on the surface.
Yeah, it's like the worst. Twitter's the worst place to express any kind of complex argument, you know. And it's why the ability to take something complex and express it fairly simply is so valuable these days. Because it just these days you can't get anyone's attention if you're communicating in purely complex ways, you know. Yeah. So it's an interesting place to be, and thankfully it seems to be a little bit less like antagonistic than it was earlier in the year. I feel like maybe around like April through June, like the middle of the pandemic, I feel like everybody was very angry at each other for a while, like for some reason. I'm not sure why.
It's tough being cooped up, man.
Yeah, it is tough. It's definitely tough. So Matt H, how is that free nugget any different than a social network of players? I'm not sure what you mean in the sense that like a social network carries with it the implication of people actually interacting socially just to like, you know, connect with each other about mutually shared interests. Whereas the free nuggets of strategy information is more like, it's more maybe like a self-interested sort of, what can I get from following this person sort of aspect. So it's a little bit different to like a study group on Facebook. Whoa. Sorry, I just heard a loud dog bark there. I don't know if the rest
Scout
of
has had enough.
everybody else got that. Yeah, Scout has had enough of me rambling about social media, but yeah, I guess it's like there's a different dynamic between connecting with other people and sharing ideas as opposed to like looking around for like, you know, ways that you could get a little bit of strategy info, because the Twitter is in the same way that it's bad for sharing complex takes on anything else. Like, it's not a good place to discuss poker strategy either, right? Like, it's you've had enough instances in your career of posting a hand and suddenly it becomes like a big Twitter drama because a bunch of people are commenting on how apparently your 3-bet sizing is wrong or some other thing is wrong, and it's hard to discuss strategy on Twitter. Yeah,
I think that's true. I mean, I think it can be done, but like you just have to not engage then with the retorts.
Yes, yeah,
people
exactly.
just want a black and white answer, and like right. That's just really going to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Somebody asked about the contest. Oh, Matthew Grove says, "Where do I enter the free roll?" P.S. I'm from the Berg and my son's going to Allegheny College next year, so I need you to pick me and win tonight. I'm not playing tonight. I'm playing Sunday. But you can enter by liking this video, subscribing to our channel, and leaving a comment on the latest vlogcast, which was the live one from Texas Card House, part 1. We'll pick a winner probably somewhere around 5 p.m. Pacific, maybe a little bit later, depending on how this match is going.
Exciting
Guessing
times.
This was a 3-bet pot, a 3-bet C-bet check river bet spot.
Might have been a little bigger than that. I can't tell, because the pot got to about 16k by the river. Oh no, I guess that probably is 3-bet C-bet flop. Yeah, seems reasonable. Berkey, someone says Berkey the reverse hat versus the front hat. Explain the 20-year-old versus the 30-something-year-old. I think it is a negative EV move. If I understand correctly, I think that they're asking for maybe why your preference is so heavily in favor of the backwards hat as opposed to wearing your hat forwards. Because I've never seen you wear a hat forwards.
Yeah, I don't wear a forward hat.
Why? That's what I'm curious about.
Well, I was forced to wear a forward hat during baseball games.
Okay, so you've got hat PTSD then from baseball. You've got
no, it was more so just like I grew up in the Griffey era, and like, you know, wearing your hat backwards was just like kind of the thing to do. I've always worn my hat backwards.
I don't know what the Griffey era means.
Ken Griffey Jr.
I don't know who that is.
He's a baseball player.
Okay. I mean, I'm familiar with the name, but like,
yeah,
it's sort of like if I asked you who Gary Lineker was, you wouldn't know who that was. So, you know, it's one of those things. There's probably some people in chat who know that is. It's a random soccer player for me to pull out as a reference, but it's just the first one that came into my mind. But anyway, right. So basically, you grew up in a period where it was really popular to wear your hat backwards, is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much the 90s.
Okay, fair enough. That was like, that's the translation for people who speak English from countries outside America. Like any Australians in the chat, like anybody who doesn't know baseball, that's the translation.
Well, also it's just like that's one tiny microcosm of it. Like the 90s were heavily influenced by hip hop culture, and that's just going to be apparent, especially in athletics. So like it's a huge aspect of being an athlete. So yeah, I mean, like, it just makes sense. You wear a t-shirt and sweatpants and you're going to be wearing a backwards hat with it.
Fair enough. I don't think I can pull off the backwards hat. I'm too British for that.
That's fair.
Ira Rothschild says more like he doesn't know who Wayne Rooney is. He probably doesn't know who that is either.
Yeah, definitely.
Can you name any soccer players?
Yeah, Messi.
Messi. Okay, cool. Messi and Ronaldo. All right, cool. That's good. Those are the essentials. Pele. Okay. Pele's like 75 by now, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, that shows how deep my history goes.
That's good. Exactly. Yeah. You got
a football player from the 70s?
I couldn't name you a football player from right now, so.
All right.
You're doing better than me.
Yeah.
Griffey was the first baseball player to make it popular, like Rooney wore baggy shorts. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good example.
Uh-huh.
Like the Fab Five, when they came out of Michigan, they were the first to introduce baggy shorts to basketball. So, like, oh no.
Ooh, what just happened? Big pot? Wow.
I didn't see how they got to the river.
Yeah. I think Daniel...
Hopefully we can replay that.
Daniel had King Queen on a Queen high, like Queen 4-4, and Doug had.
I mean,
ace
Doug basically
9.
just turned them.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's a 3-bet pot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Daniel's gonna c-bet, I imagine. Okay, Doug floats.
Check bet call. Check shove call. Wow.
That's annoying.
Yeah, that's brutal for Daniel. But
I mean, that kind of embodies like how he's running.
Yeah, it seems like it does.
Yeah, the guy's just like drawing to 3 outs in a spot where Daniel, by all intent, for all intentions, has like a gridlock on this hand, and like the spade could have came on the river, and Doug still stacks off.
Yeah, most likely.
Or a king, or a queen, or
Yeah, well, I'm on a queen, he might not, because then it would be
Queen, okay, fine.
Queen 3-3 ace queen. But yeah, like on a king, he's still stacking off. He's still stacking off on a spade. So like, that's unfortunate for Daniel. He keeps getting dealt these situations, and I wonder if he's at this point just looking at things through the lens of these coolers that he's been taking recently, and sort of.
It's hard not to.
Yeah, and maybe sort of creating a vision of what's going on here in like a sense where he's focused on how bad he's running, as opposed to how Doug might be playing. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he's getting a little distracted.
If we look into social signaling at all as an indicator, then like it's obviously eating him up. He tweets like almost daily what the statistics are for the match. And I can relate to this. Like, I grew up with kids who they were stat hounds when it came to baseball, right? Like, it wasn't about whether or not we won or lost. It wasn't about where they could make improvements or anything like that. Every single bus ride was my batting average went up 3 points today, or oh man, I need to go 3 for 4 today to get over 400 or something of that nature. And it's not that there's anything inherently wrong with it. It's just a massive distraction from the task at hand. So like I saw today that he tweeted that, a little food for thought. There have been 25 all-in pots. I can't remember if it's over the last X amount of sessions or if it's been since day one. But there's been 25 all-in pots. And Daniel said that he won exactly 0 of them when he was behind. It's like, okay.
Yeah. So he's focusing on reinforcing the idea he's running bad, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, but it's also just like, okay, so 3% of pots have been all in. No, less. No, 0.3% of pots have been all in, and you haven't gotten lucky in any of them.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's not going to make or break the match.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot going on here other than what's happening when they're all in.
Well, just 0.3% of hands is never going to swing the match plus or minus in any shape or form. Yeah,
absolutely. But it looks like Doug's about to, well, he's not, I wouldn't say he's about to lock up another big win, but he's up 50K already today. So it's, another plus EV session from Doug's perspective right now, at least.
Yeah, we'll definitely see some swings for sure.
Either way, hard to feel bad for a guy that's worth 100 million, says Ira. Yeah. I mean, if we think that's how much he's worth, we don't know.
I mean, I definitely have empathy for him. I know what it feels like to constantly be on the biggest stage and just feel like you're running so fucking bad, on top of the fact that, like, you're in a tough competitive environment to begin with.
Right. And you've run pretty bad in a lot of big spots on TV in particular. So I think we all felt for you when that happened, and I think we can feel for Daniel here as well. Whatever estimation we might make of what we think his net worth is, like, it's gotta hurt when you sign up for a challenge like this and then you kind of get crushed.
Yeah,
it's gotta hurt,
especially when you're not getting crushed the way that was predicted. And that's not to say that he's not getting crushed in those methods also. Like, perhaps he is just kind of getting smashed strategically as well.
Mhm.
But when the variance all falls one way, it's really fun. Like, okay, so like, what does this match look like if all of the variants that Doug has taken favorably had fallen in Daniel's lap?
Right.
It might be even.
Yeah. I mean, it could certainly be in that region. And if Daniel was down 200K instead of down 800K, like we'd all be talking, like we wouldn't even be thinking about, like, is Daniel going to quit at 12,500 hands? We would be thinking about, like, is Doug even as big of a favorite as we all thought he probably was to begin with? We'd be thinking like, oh my God, maybe Daniel can win, you know? And the Galfond challenge that happened earlier in the year just showed us like how unpredictable these whole things can be and how big the swings can be. And I know that was PLO, but like the fact
they
that
were also playing half the stakes.
Exactly. The fact that Galfond came back and won in that scenario where everybody was like writing him off at a certain point, it should show everybody that variance is a bigger factor in these things than anybody thinks, really. Like, it should show people that unless you've played like millions and millions of hands, like, you don't really get it. You don't really get the extent of variance because you haven't been through those swings where like you just lose for like longer than you ever think is possible, and then you go on like the biggest heater ever, or you know, you go on a heater forever and then you think you're the greatest, and then you revert to normal and like things are really hard after that, you know, like unless you've played just a lot of poker, it's hard to understand that.
Iris says, can you speak to that point, guys? I mean, hands that have gone to Showdown on Daniel's reviews, he's been playing super trappy versus Doug, which may be a huge league heads up against the GTO opponent. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how trappy he's been playing. I will say that, like, he probably errs on the side of protecting his ranges, maybe to an extreme degree, because he's still picking up a lot of the principles, right? Mm-hmm. So it basically, what you have to understand is a lot of what you see from Daniel's side is going to be by the book play, because he's learning it in real time as we go. And it's very difficult to deviate off into exploits when you're just starting to comprehend, like, oh, I actually need to check this type of hand back so that my range is protected whenever we land on the river with other runouts and shit like that. So it's probably a big, very difficult juggling act for him. And he's probably going to miss some value in spots where he could exploitively go for it based on, like, what he knows about Doug. Like, for instance, the river with the 4-5. We know that Doug calls too much. And we know that Doug is too aggressive on rivers in a general sense. So, like, oftentimes it's better to just, like, put money into the pot there and let him respond than it is to check and hope that, like, this is a spot where he over aggresses.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good way of describing it. Oh, wow. It's 3:47. I got to hop off.
All right, man.
My hard stop was 3:45. It's 3:47 already. So thank you, guys. I've enjoyed being here. A little bit last minute, but it's all good. So I'm gonna quit out of this. I trust that Andre has some way of ensuring that we don't just have a big hole on the screen once I'm gone. So
yeah, we'll put something there, like a pop-up.
You can get a little cardboard cutout of Chin, or something like that. It's all good. All right, thanks, guys. I'll see you all soon.
See you, man.
Bye.
What up, Brian Space? Thank you for joining us. He says, people aren't used to seeing how defensive equilibrium can look. Yeah, that's actually very true in nature. And I also think that, like, it's worth noting that Doug is playing very exploitatively. As I'm sure Daniel is too, to some degree, but Doug is doing it in a capacity of he's moving away from equilibrium solutions in a lot of spots because he probably feels like he has certain edges against Daniel's style of play. Essentially, if we think of it in the perspective of they set off to learn the exact same strategy, right? So let's just operate from that framework. They both want to try to comprehend and understand heads up, no limit hold'em, game theory, optimal play as best they possibly can. Doug has a 5-year advantage and, let's say, millions of hands head start against Daniel. Daniel has a crack team who is very good at digging into the strategy, simplifying it, giving him learning tools that can advance him as quickly as possible. In any event, the gap is very large, right? So Daniel is just trying to learn what Doug already knows, and Doug is trying to pile on to what he to the foundation that he had already created. So essentially, what you see is that Doug arrives at the exploits a lot faster because he's already familiar with the strategy that Daniel will be trying to employ, and he'll know where the weaknesses are. He'll understand to some degree where the complications may be for somebody who's trying to learn in real time. And that's just going to allow him to start deviating specifically on river. And I know I keep overemphasizing river play, but the reason for that is because that's where the most big blinds are won and lost. So if you can find a strategy that is super efficient in river play, you very willingly can sacrifice a lot of EV on previous streets in order to just land at the spot where the most big blinds are exchanged back and forth. And I think that, like, you know, as much as I hate to admit it, because I'm rooting very heavily for Daniel here to the point where I bet on him, I do think that Doug's strategy has really shined when it comes to big pots, and specifically big pots on the river. You know, I don't think that we can simply say that Daniel's trapping too much, or that Daniel is not aggressing this street too much, or he's too simple on that street, or whatever the case may be. But I do think that there are some observations that we can make that in general are probably true to some degree, and it's just a byproduct of limited knowledge. Daniel's knowledge is just going to be a lot more limited in these spots than Doug's. Daniel's experience is going to be a lot more limited in these spots than Doug's. And I'm saying this from a standpoint of, like, I guess, like, adding the caveat that Daniel has improved so much, so fast, that we actually, you know, see this being, despite the 20 buy-in differential between the two, this is actually a pretty reasonable match that's taking place, right? Like, he's hanging in there. 20 buy-ins heads up is not unheard of. I mean, I've seen 10 buy-in swings in one session, particularly when two tabling. Like, so he's by no means out of this. He's certainly not a favorite to crawl back and win, but that doesn't mean that it's like 0% that he's going to make this a match. I think that there is probably an equal likelihood of Doug's lead getting cut to you know, something in the neighborhood of 300,000 or 400,000 as there is in him doubling his lead to like 1.5 million. And I know that that's not a fair one-to-one comparison, but I think that most people look at this and probably don't think that Daniel has a shot at making this a close match again. James says, not obsessing on this topic, but is the backwards hat of the 90s era, where I grew up too, for life, or will your kids one day call you out on it and you... I'm not going to change the way... I mean, whatever, man. Like, I don't believe in aging out of stuff. If it looks ridiculous at some point, I'll stop wearing hats. But, you know, I think I pull it off. Huge pot here on the right. Guessing this was a 4-bet spot based on the SPR. Though I didn't see the flop action or how it took place. I imagine that we're going to see a lot of check here. Although with the SPR being as shallow as it is, I certainly could see a scenario where Daniel is just all in. We do see a lot of check. Doug will be shoving here for value. Any queen, obviously. All flushes. I think Jack X is close. It depends what his kicker is. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. This poor fucking guy. Jesus Christ, man. You gotta feel for him. You really have to feel for him. Ow. I'm pretty positive that that was a 4-bet pot. And the cards just play themselves, man. There's nothing you can do. The poor guy flops trips with the nut flush blocker. We saw this happen before. He turns the nut straight with ace king versus Doug, and he has the ace of spade blocker, and then the river's a spade, and Doug just happens to have like 5-4 of spades or some shit like that. It's just brutal, man. When you're against stiff competition and like the hands that you could turn them face up and they're going to play out the exact same way always go in the direction of the better player. Yeah, I don't blame Daniel for taking a break here. That's a steamer. So we're going to get to replay this. Okay, so it was a 4-bet. Everything's pretty standard now. While Doug leads, yeah, with the ace of hearts in hand, there's no reason for Daniel to do anything other than trap. If he doesn't have the ace of hearts, I think that he can consider just shoving, as Doug is probably leading equitable hands there. Oh man, it's brutal the way this shakes out. Those leads that we see in 4-bet pots, they're certainly non-standard, but we kind of saw it with the Queen 10 in an earlier session where Daniel's very likely to check back a lot. With Daniel's exact hand, I imagine he actually would have checked back. The result would have just been the same anyway. But that said, I think that there probably is some, qualifications where basically Queen high boards just favor the caller a lot. And you're going to see a lot of checking by the aggressor pre in those situations. So Doug's just going to lead high equity hands. So he's going to lead hands like the king high flush draw there. He's going to lead hands like, a little bit of the queen X, and potentially. I'm trying to think like what other value he would consider leading in that spot. I think it's just mostly going to be like his offsuit queen X. Ryan Braun wants to know what SPR is. It's stack to pot ratio. I saw Brian Space chime back in. Let's get back into that conversation as I find it to be an interesting one. He said, even the small edges for Doug Polk will add up, though. Such an unforgiving format, but always large variance, too. Yeah, that's very true. That's the thing. I think your point, Brian, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if this is something I've been harping on, let's say Doug's flop strategy is more complex than Daniel's. So let's, for instance, say that Doug is employing 4 or 5 different bet sizes depending on board texture, depending on action pre-flop, etc. So he has like a very nuanced flop strategy, and through that nuance, it simplifies his turn and river strategies, right? Basically, the tree will then fork dependent upon what flop strategy he chose and what the turn distribution is. When that's the case, and Daniel is implementing a lot more of a simple strategy himself when he's c-betting, or counter strategy facing Doug's multiple sizes, I think ultimately what you arrive at is a lot of miscalibration from the defensive side on Daniel's portion, right? So it's a lot more difficult to calibrate how you're supposed to defend against a c-bet when you're facing a spectrum of sizings than it would be if you were only facing 1 or 2. Which for the first half of this match, Doug was only ever facing quarter pot or 3/4 pot. So his calibration is probably near flawless whenever it's that simple of either I'm going to face a small size or a big size. He can pretty much nail what his check raising range should be, what his calls, et cetera, et cetera. When Daniel has to face like a wide spectrum, he's just going to simplify, and he's going to average it out and say like, okay, sure, he has 5 bet sizes. 2 of them lean big, 3 of them lean small, and I'm going to defend versus the small through X strategy, and I'm going to defend through the big through Y strategy. What that adds up to throughout the streets is Doug becomes more and more calibrated with each street that goes on, and Daniel is going to become less and less because he's in the aggregate. So that small bit of EV that the counter strategy may have given up on the flop compounds to a massive EV error on rivers if we land there too wide, or if we land there with not enough bluff catchers, whatever the case may be. So basically, when we get to the point where the most big blinds are being exchanged, the least calibrated range is going to be the one that's giving up the most EV. And my argument is basically that, like, when you try to complicate your later street strategies through simplification of the early street strategy, you ultimately just land yourself in a clusterfuck that gets, hey, oh my God, no, 10 ace, come on, give this guy a break. That's it, it's over, he's gonna quit. Game, set, match, he's gonna call it a day. I promise you, there is no doubt in my mind that's gonna end the match for today's session. There's no way he has it in him to come back, at least not without a 30-minute break, right? Like, this is just unbearable, man. Unbearable. Nobody has the mental fortitude to overcome that and play their best. Nobody. Like, the world is conspiring against you at this point. There's no other feeling to feel other than at this very moment, I have been selected by the powers that be to absolutely be humbled by variance and luck. And I think, like, you just hang it up. You just say, like, tomorrow's a new day. There's nothing I can do. There's just nothing I can do. Oh, man. The timing of that was impeccable. As I was enjoying the conversation I was having with myself about flop, turn, and river strategies, but you can't predict the coolers, guys. You just can't, and this is really unfortunate. I, honest to God, would be shocked if Daniel rallies here. I don't even know that it's in his best interest. I think, like, you know, at some point you have to show a little mercy on yourself. So I think we should maybe consider doing the giveaway. Oh, man. If for whatever reason, yeah, if this match ends before 5 o'clock, we're just going to move the giveaway to tomorrow and we're going to double it. I don't want to rush this. Not that it's a pile of equity I'm giving away, but, you know, 5% is 5%. Hey, he's back. The man does have some fight. This is crazy. I can't believe he came back this fast. I would have, like, taken a cold shower or something. Maybe he is. Just, yeah, give yourself a break, man. Nobody expects you to come right back for this. It's crazy what's happening to you. Digest that. Feel better. Get yourself to a mental state that can compete. I mean, you're against a world-class player who's running out of his fucking mind. Yeah, I agree with you, Brian. Daniel is playing extremely well. It's kind of a one step behind type of thing. On top of just, like, an endless barrage of coolers. And I hate to put an emphasis on that because I do think it detracts a little bit from from Doug's skill, and it. I do think Daniel probably is the 4 or 5 to 1 dog that the line set him out as to begin with. But yeah, certainly he doesn't deserve this. This is absolutely brutal. I'm back. What just happened there? But we're back now. We're back, baby. Just going through the chat really quickly. I don't know what some of this stuff means. Yeah, Daniel definitely needs a breather. I honestly think he should have taken a lot longer. You know, I don't know what these guys have as far as courtesy goes in taking breaks, but I think it's very reasonable for him to have taken like 15 or 20 minutes and just like let Doug know, hey, bro, you really got me there. Gonna have to take a big break here. Maybe grab a quick bite or hit a quick shower, whatever. What up, Oaken? It's good, man. So we have the stats in the middle of the screen. He came into today down about 800, and he's losing about 175 right now. So we're approaching the $1 million mark. And here we go. 4-bet, 5-bet shove. Daniel does not have a call off. This is when it gets brutal, man. This is one of those things where, you know, when you're in Doug's position, you kind of really get to press those edges because it's so hard for Daniel to calibrate now, overcoming the emotional bias that's taking place, right? Like, there's just going to be a small part of him that is either going to lean a little bit more aggressive or a little bit more passive. And in any event, like, if you just start executing, and basically if you roll high more often than you usually roll, I don't think anything bad really comes from it in a scenario where you have an opponent against the ropes. What do you think the amount he quits at 12.5k hands is, Berkey? Have to be getting close to it. Yesterday I thought if he was down 25 buy-ins, I thought that he would quit, or at least consider quitting. But after yesterday's session, whenever he said that he wanted to play 100,000 hands, now I don't think that there's a number. I literally don't think he'll quit at the halfway point, because I can't imagine it being worse than this. I think this might be like a sub 10% iteration as far as like the likelihood that Doug is up $1 million after 9,000 hands. And I'm basing that off of like how much I think Daniel actually closed the gap in skill through his study. Because for the most part, not that the whole $1 million is variance, because it's not, but there's a big chunk of it that is. So yeah, I mean, you know, it's difficult to measure. We don't know like how lucky Daniel has been in putts that didn't go to Showdown. We don't know. You know, it's difficult to calculate all the small stuff, but in the ones that matter, in the big ones, Daniel is running well below EV, and he's definitely getting absolutely smashed because of it. I bluff a lot to you says, are the majority of Doug's non-showdown pots won with bluffs? Impossible to know. We can't see his cards. He may just always have it. I'll be curious to see if we see an increase at all in 3 and 4 bet aggression out of Daniel. He's been really aggressive from those vantage points to begin with, so I doubt that we will. But who knows, man? He might just like want to. I actually don't think this to be true. I think that like he absolutely wants to play world class, and no part of him is just going to start firing off. But there may be some like pretty close spots where he starts to hero a little bit lighter, or he starts to maybe second guess himself and start folding some other spots. So here on the left, we see a 3-bet out of Doug, call, C-bet on flop for, I think, third. Call by Daniel, turn check. I would expect Daniel to be checking back or betting small. He chooses the small size. This is very reasonable with his showdown region, as well as maybe some of his draws that don't mind getting check raised, which I don't really know what those are. I guess that would be his bad hearts. I do like throwing the randomizer away and going with pure combos. That honestly, that's the best adjustment I think you can make when you're tilted. Is just like, yeah, not gonna roll anything. I feel like a bet here. Like just the auto I rolled high in my head. Like, yeah, I can justify a bet here. Let's just go for it. Has the gap widened or lessened between now since the start of the match, in your opinion? I do think it's still lessened. I think Daniel is progressively getting better, like session in, session out. And I think that that's glossed over based on the coolers that are occurring. So he's getting absolutely smashed monetarily speaking. But I think if we ran it through sheer EV, he's probably increasingly getting better every single session. The dude says Dnegs doesn't need to spend millions learning heads up like this. He can just get Solve4Y Academy for $9.99 a month. I feel you, man. I like that idea a lot. Speaking of getting Solve4Y for $9.99 a month, on Sunday's giveaway, in order to qualify, you are going to have to be a Solve4Y TV member. So I'm giving away bigger pieces on Sunday during the main event. I'm going to give away 5 1% pieces to Solve4Y subscribers who follow the rules of the contest. Today, though, we're keeping it easy on you. All you have to do is like, subscribe, and leave a comment on the vlogcast from last Friday. We're going to be picking winners probably in the next hour or so, give or take. I guess I need to strap in. Looks like I'm solo dolo for the rest of the night. I don't know where the hell Chin's at. He should be long here by now. And we don't know what's going on with that kid. And from the looks of things, if Daniel's not quitting after what's happened to him thus far, I don't think anything's going to make him quit. He's already had his 2 opportunities to just like rage quit. So like there's a solid chance we're just looking at like a 10-hour session. If that is the case, I'm going to have to sneak away for food at some point. I don't know that I could just roll this out for 10 hours. Another not so fun hand for Daniel. We don't get to see his cards, but 35K pot getting shipped Doug's way there. Thank you so much for smashing that like button, New York Poker Dude. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, we're aware that the purple numbers aren't the easiest to read. We're going to work on it. We're going to play around with it. You know, this is an experiment. We're just trying some stuff. I think Andre did a great job with the overlay today. Love the blue felt. I know that the suits are a little bit wonky and the stack depths are a little bit difficult to read. I'll try to fill us in anytime that it's relevant. Sean Lyons, leave a comment on the latest vlogcast. It's the one that's live from TCH. And my man Poker Odyssey is going to be picking a winner at the top of the hour. Actually, he's going to be picking 5 winners. 5 people are going to win a 0.5% of me in Sunday's 10K main event. Yeah, maybe he has to play for 2 hours. I'm not sure. That could possibly be true. Yo, this vlogcast that's going to drop tomorrow is going to be spicy as fuck. Chin was truly drunk by the time we got on air. He definitely hit us with... He was getting a little out of line. I'm not going to lie. Corey Jean says, hey, Berkey, big fan, man. I've heard you talk about playing baseball in the past. What road did you go down with that, and what age did you stop playing? I played through college. Big overbet here on the turn by Doug, by Daniel. I'll pick up with that story after the fact. So this is a single raise pot, I believe. Doug check called flop. Daniel overbets turn, so we're going to see some queen 10. We're going to see some king jack, some ace king type of holdings. Queen 10 does fill, so a lot of Daniel's bluffs actually come through. That's why you see the smaller size on the river. He's mostly only going to have value hands at that point, and it's just a matter of how thinly he can value bet. Doug obviously arrives at a pretty clear fold. He's not going to have very many hands in range that are able to defend there on that river ace. Yeah, I played collegiately, D2 level. I tried to get signed to independent ball for like 3 years post-college. Just didn't really work out. I played adult baseball until I was 31, and then I tore my ACL. My knee recovered perfectly, but a year and a half of not throwing a baseball, my shoulder just kind of went to shit. I came back, my velocity was trash. I think I played like 4 or 5 games thereafter, but I was topping out at like 80, maybe 79, whereas I was like sitting 85, 86 prior to my knee injury. So I just kind of hung it up from there. I've been playing softball ever since. 3-bet pot here on the left. Daniel chooses to check the 8-4 deuce rainbow board. Kind of fascinating. I think that's a pretty high bet. Well, I don't think. I know. This is a board that we're going to bet at a really, really, really high frequency. So I'm kind of interested to see what types of hands he shows up with here that he checked. I guess I could see some hands like pocket 8s that are looking to check raise. Perhaps some ace jack, but these hands all start betting turn. Okay, 7s makes sense. We've seen him take this line with the pip under pair. I think 7s really wants to bet that flop though for protection. Checking down out of position is going to be a very difficult line to take. He was kind of fortunate that the run out was pretty clean. And also that Doug very likely had some level of showdown value himself, some ace high type stuff. Berkey, can you talk about the games in Austin and how did Landon do against my fellow Texans? Landon only played twice. He just played the first day and the last day tournament. Didn't do well in tournament. I think he broke about that even. I think he lost like $1,000 in the tournament and won like maybe $1,000 in cash, mostly through me. He beat me in a 15K pot, which is very annoying. I got a little bit out of line against the kid and he punished me appropriately. Obviously, just always has top of fucking range because why wouldn't he when I'm bluffing? He did indeed check every street with 7-7, which after he checks the flop, he's kind of forced to, but I think the flop is a really, really, really high frequency bet. It's the hand that has to fold. So I think that becomes another clear indication of how annoying, or maybe not annoying, but how miscalibrated his bluff catching strategy is in these bloated pots. So in a 3-bet pot, the last thing you want to do is take like your weakest bluff catchers and try to hold on for 3 in a scenario where like instead you could just bet, narrow the range, and then have a 2-street bluff catcher thereafter. Matt Travis says, is Self-Rely going to remain $9.99 into next year? It will for at least the first couple of months. We're working on really rebuilding a lot of the content, getting it up to date, getting our... The real trouble is that we just don't have the availability right now because of COVID to film shows like Poker Out Loud, Man vs. Machine. We don't have the availability to get the fully produced versions of our courses. So I don't want to overcharge and underdeliver. I would rather undercharge and overdeliver. So at least for the time being, we're going to keep it with the 3 or 4 pieces of content a month release. We're going to keep it very low priced at $9.99. And then we're hopefully going to launch somewhere around the end of Q1, early Q2 next year with a full rollout of new courses, new seasons of Poker Out Loud. Just all the things that make our site a little bit more unique than the others. Will Landon surpass you in poker overall win rate, considering he is your stable if he keeps listening to the right advice and avoids the possible pitfalls? Tough to say. I don't know that it's very probable to have a 20-year career anymore. So I've been playing for 17 years. This is my 18th year. Given how fast, think about Landon, right? He's been playing 18 months and he's as good as he is. Like, he is my peer for sure. So he managed to do in 18 months what took me 18 years. That level of rapid growth isn't only available to him. He's not special, unfortunately. I wish I could say that like he's just the prodigy and nobody else on earth is like him, but that's just simply untrue. So because the learning curve is so steep and so rapid, I don't know that the availability to play for 20 years is there any longer. And because that's true, win rates will obviously decrease, career earnings will decrease. So if we're just measuring as far as like earning potential goes, his right here, right now is definitely higher than mine, but it'll be difficult for him to catch up to like what my earning potential was from 2003 to 2012 or 2015, or maybe even like up till like 2017 or 18. Like I was playing games that he'll never have access to, with competition that wasn't very good. So yeah, poker's a weird thing, man. It's very difficult to understand the measuring stick of it all, because I think it's very easy to say like, yeah, Landon will almost certainly surpass me in ability, or at least mechanical ability of this game, but that may not correlate to more money, which is pretty unfortunate. It's not a meritocracy by any stretch. There's nothing to buy out of LTS. Dnegs can quit at 12.5 hands if he wants to. There's no side bet, so it means nothing to him. To quit, it's just ego at that point. Krosler says, have you considered software-wide doing an online Poker Out Loud version using Zoom or something similar? Yeah, but I hate to dilute such a good product. We'll kick around ideas and we'll see what we can do. But I don't want that to be like the staple content on our site. That's something that I think we would just do for free. What did you see in Landon outside the work rate, and what do you like in his personality when you first met him? I mean, the kid's just like kind of infectious. He just wants to work so hard. We have a big pot brewing here, so I'm guessing this went 3-bet C-bet. So Jack 6-5. This turn 8 is going to favor Doug in a lot of ways. So when Daniel bets, I would expect it to be a very big bet, something close to pot. Doug is probably going to be coming through anywhere between 66% and pot plus when he chooses to bet. He doesn't like to check back. Again, another favorable card for Doug. If Daniel bets here, I imagine we're going to see a lot of blocking because of the amount of available straights that are there. Pretty well played by Daniel. I don't think there's anything else he could have done. He could get super thin for value and block with his hand, but I don't think it's necessary. I think he'd rather have Jack 10 than 10s. But yeah, what did I see in Landon? Just a really vibrant kid who has an infectious personality that is willing to work. And I think like I like being challenged. I like being pushed. And I think that like he brings that out of myself and all of us that are kind of involved with him, from Chewy to Schulman and Chin as well. Because of that, like he becomes a big asset to us to have around. Like that's very important to, I guess, like have available to everybody in order to ensure that like we don't fall behind, because he doesn't want to fall behind. And he's so hungry. He just wants to get to the levels that we're at. Like we're all already playing nosebleeds, and he's just like desperate to get there. So yeah, I think his desire to just like fast track everything and his ability to network so well is really great. But he's also like hyper competitive. You guys may not see this side of him, but like he's not a humble kid, not by any stretch of the imagination. And I kind of see myself a little bit in him in that regard. Like I don't like to present as arrogant or with a ton of bravado or anything along those lines, but like there's a very loud inner voice that's just like saying you can do anything, and I think Landon kind of feels the same about himself. Michelle says, can I get a quick recap on how Dnegs got so destroyed today? Yep, just your usual trips versus a flush, aces versus kings, where his aces did not hold. Nothing really of note. Just very, very unfortunate situations. What am I streaming next? I will be on Sunday streaming the WSOP main event. We're going to be getting after it. I'm going to be giving away pieces to that. We're giving away 2.5% of my equity in that event today. So to 5 lucky winners, I'm giving a 0.5% sweat. All you have to do is like our channel, subscribe to it, or sorry, like this video, subscribe to our channel, and leave a comment on last Friday's vlogcast, the one live from TCH. We're going to be picking a winner probably at the top of the hour. My man Odyssey's out there scrolling through the comments, looking for 5 winners. Just want to get you guys involved. You know, I want to give a little bit back to everybody who supports us, because Lord knows we need it and we appreciate it. You know, there are a lot of channels you guys could be watching, and 350 of you are gracious enough to be watching me instead of Ingram or any of the other outlets that are doing this, which I greatly appreciate. Happy to do it, Rizzy. Not sure where the hell Chin's at. Hopefully we'll hear from him soon. Give me 1 second. I need to turn some lights on. This one might be a long one. Oh. All right. Apologies. Oh, blurry. Which video to leave a comment on? Part 1. That works. A couple people text me asking where you can get the gear that I'm wearing. The Solve for Y Alpha Rec hat. You can get that in the shop. You can put #merch in the chat. We got hats, we got t-shirts, we got hoodies, we got zip-ups, whatever you want, we got it. Gonna be working on a couple new lines for next year, maybe the old tap line. We'll see what's going on. Justin Longo, what up, man? He says, if variants were reversed and Daniel kept cooling Doug off, would Doug's skill level keep him ahead or no? Yes, I think so. But I think this match will be extremely close. James says, do you regret your bet? And on what basis did you make it? Is Doug the best heads-up player right now? If they switch cards, where would this game be? I think if they switch cards, it would be very close to even. Maybe Daniel would be up small. That's not fair. Yeah, I think that is fair. I think Daniel would probably be somewhere between even and up like 250. If I had to guess, if they switched hands completely. Do I regret my bet? No. I thought Daniel was a good price when I made it. I was, I didn't really think that he was going to win the bet necessarily over 25,000 hands. I just thought I would have pretty good hedging opportunities. And also, like, why wouldn't I want to anti-sweat Doug? It just seemed like the right thing to do. But my hedging opportunities are going to be very minimal at this point, as this lead is quite large. Did Chin test positive for truly a virus? It's possible. It's definitely possible. Daniel says, got my hoodie and equity poster yesterday. Loving it. Keep it up, Big Bet Berkey. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Do you think there's a future for mixed game short deck as more popular forms of poker? No. I mean, they'll always be around and they'll always be played, but I think no limit hold'em will always be the most popular. And I don't really think it's super close. The game's just so complex and so nuanced. I think that's really what draws people in. Happy to answer them, James. I appreciate all the thoughtful questions. Somebody said you asked the best questions, and I don't necessarily disagree by any stretch. Can Dnegs reload for more than 40k? Nope. It's 100 big blind cap. They set those rules prior. I don't think that sitting deeper would be in his best interest either. Whatever holes exist in his strategy only complex or only compound rather as they get deeper. If it were, the closest match that we could see would be them sitting 25 blinds deep. That would be where Doug's edge would be minimized the most. That was an interesting check down there by Doug. I think a one-liner fell by the river, but still feels like he probably could have got some value. Besides the coolers, do you think Doug's consistent betting is the key to his edge here? You can't simplify edge down to something like that. His edge is in, having a very deep, nuanced understanding of no limit hold'em. What's the backdrop? It doesn't look like The Office. It's a office. That's really all I'm going for here. I'm at my house. I haven't gotten tested for COVID yet, so I didn't want to run the risk of exposing Andre. I had planned to go today, but then last minute we realized that there was a match. So I'm going to try to go tomorrow morning, get back some sort of rapid test. Hopefully it comes back negative and I can get to the actual software office tomorrow. Are there any spots? Oh, big hand. Sorry. Doug check raises huge on turn. Daniel bet 3k on the turn, so I'm guessing this was a single raise pot where he bet probably 25 then 75. Doug check raised big, so Doug's check raising range on turn is going to include some jack 10 for sure. I imagine like on this card especially, he's always following through with a shove. Daniel should be calling with like 6x, potentially some 9-10. He did not arrive at a call though. Very likely he just missed with spades that he was barreling off with. Depending on which spades, he could have a 3-bet shove on the turn sometimes. If landed is completely focused on 6-player max, why did you never navigate? I'm not sure I follow. Oh, is landed completely focused on 6-player max, and why did you never navigate away from that format? I don't think landed specifically focused on anything. He's playing both tournaments and cash. He's playing heads up as well as ring. I think the only thing he's not doing is playing very much live, which is kind of a disappointment to me because I think that there's a lot of opportunity, but it's also COVID, so it's kind of just like, whatever. Go make a bunch of money online, and then we'll take that and we'll leverage it into some big live games should the opportunity present themselves. But also, after having played with him a little bit live, I think his presence is lacking a bit. So I think he still has some work to do in the live arena as far as like all the meta stuff that comes with it. I was never an online player, so like my specialty was just cash, and I didn't really care how many handed it was, because live cash is just soft. So 9-handed live cash is probably comparable to like 4 or 5-handed online cash whenever it comes to how loose you can play. And obviously that's changed. The games have gotten a little bit tougher, but by and large, I didn't really study a particular format. I just studied depth, and I've always prided myself in being like a relatively good deep stack player. I think that a lot of those edges are getting neutralized though as the game evolves and people get a lot more efficient, specifically at bluff catching. But that just means I have work to do, you know? Sean Huff, that is correct. You are entered. Good luck. Good luck on winning 0.5% of me in Sunday's main event. Brock asks, Berkey, were you nervous at all when you did the Keystone speech? Public speaking is a big fear of 99% of people. No, I was pretty well prepared. You have to understand that, like, way before I ever did any public speaking, I've had a lot of camera time. So I've had the opportunity to kind of, like, work through the nerves and stuff like that. And I did a bunch of dry runs with that speech, both in front of the camera and in front of audiences. So I felt good. I feel pretty comfortable at this point with my ability to public speak, especially like having run academies and things like that. Like, I'm just doing it pretty regularly. Big pot brewing here on 2. Looks like a 3-bet and a call, or is this a 4-bet? This could have been a 4-bet and a check back. But given that Daniel checked back the turn, I'm guessing it was a 3-bet and a C-bet by Doug. So we probably saw something like 75% on flop call. Turn ace. We'll see Doug checking a lot of pocket pairs on that card. Daniel does check back, so he's going to have a lot of hands like 8-9, 6-6. Makes sense. Oh, okay. I want to replay that now because Doug's hand's a bluff if he 3-bet pre for sure. I'm pretty confident in that. We might have missed it. It went pretty fast. Hopefully Andre was able to get it, but if not, all left to do is speculate. Okay, we did get my man Andre, man. He is just fucking on it. So I'm almost positive this is a 3-bet pot, given the exact hands. So we do see a 3-bet. I'm guessing we're going to see a big bet here out of Doug. Okay, 5, yep, about 75%. And a call. This is kind of a fascinating card for Doug to check on the turn. It's super advantageous to him. He does pick up a gut shot draw, and his hand has no showdown. Not no showdown value. It has minimal showdown value. He's only really showing down against 8-9 and 8-6, both of which are probably going to start betting the turn, at least at some frequency. Not 100%, but they're going to bet sometimes. Jack-9 is another hand that he beats that will probably start betting at some frequency. But anyway, let's assume that he doesn't bet all of those hands. Now we land on the river deuce. Yeah, he can't bluff now. I think that that's fundamentally true. Daniel just has a lot of calls. None of Daniel's 5x will fold at this point. Okay. I think the turn is questionable. I think everything else makes a lot of sense. Flop bet size makes a lot of sense to me. River check makes a lot of sense. Sean says, I can't figure out which blogcast to leave my comment on, but I did like and subscribe. Definitely like the knowledge. It's part 1 of last week's vlogcast. Murray says, I lost it. Love the content, Berg. Self for Why TV is great, but nothing like a live stream. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. I don't plan on playing the Win 10Ks, no. We have a big online 10K to play this weekend, you know? Follow-up question. How do you know if you have a live presence, and what do you look for as an opponent? Thanks for the answers, man. Loving the feedback. It's just, you have to understand that it's a different environment. So the ability to navigate the nuance of that environment is going to really affect your bottom line, generally for the positive. Wow, we have a 3-bet here on the river. So Daniel chooses to raise a small block bet that Doug puts out on the river. Calls with the second nuts. Doug turned the 7 of diamonds into a bluff. Seems Seems reasonable. Feel like he'd rather have the 6 of diamonds, but okay. I mean, here's the thing. Like, you have to find bluffs through that block, and some of which are going to have to be flushes. So 7 of diamonds is pretty low down. I don't think he can really just call. But yeah, I think you would rather. I guess the 6 of diamonds is irrelevant. You'd rather have the 2 or the 3 of diamonds, obviously. But then the 6 and the 7 are going to be the next that you choose, and having the 10 is nice. It reduces some of Daniel's showdown value. Nice hand there for Daniel. Yeah, but anyway, going back to live presence, I think it's just ability to navigate the environment. So you want to be able to, you're going to see a lot of weird sizings. You're going to see a lot of different archetypes of people, and you want to be able to decipher all of the information that they're giving you in real time. And that's very difficult if you're only seeing the game through the lens of GTO. So I think that where you're probably not giving a ton up, you are leaving a lot of money on the table. If you're not very nuanced at the live environment, and it's also extremely slow too. So there's that big transition where you're used to playing hundreds of hands an hour, and it's now getting reduced to like 25 or 30, and now you have to play each spot as critically as possible to maximize your EV. I think Landon has a lot to work on in those areas. Robert Bright says, I missed it. Where'd it go? My comment on the vlogcast is a question. What was in the bag that Landon handed to Chin in his wonderfully weird way? What's in the bag? It was vitamin D, as Christian is very COVID conscious. I did not have COVID. I got tested. I didn't have it. Am I still doing the academy? Hopefully. It's on hold indefinitely until COVID passes or we have some sort of vaccine. Why did Dnegs not move in with the King of Diamonds? Because at that point he's only getting called by a straight flush or the ace. It's not like the Queen of Diamonds can call. Oh, did I misread the board? Was the ace not? I thought the ace was a non-diamond, but perhaps I misread the board and the ace was a diamond and Daniel had the second nuts. If that's the case, then yeah, there's a strong argument that he could consider 4-betting that river. Scout says hi. Is a heads-up player considered more skilled than a 6 max or 10 or full ring player without question, or is a question an insult to you and other legends of the game? It's just different. The reason why heads up is so. I guess the reason why it's so easy to determine somebody's skill set heads up is because A, there's a pecking order, so it's literally mano y mano, and you don't have to. You get to reduce the variables. There isn't, 5 or 8 other guys at the table for you to contend against. So you get a very clear picture of who's winning, how, and things of that nature. And then secondarily, it's the widest ranges. So learning heads up is like one of the best ways to build your game, because you learn how to play wide ranges down to narrow, as opposed to learning like 9 max first, where you learn how to play very narrow ranges and then try to widen as you get deeper in position, et cetera, et cetera. That said, heads up is a much more solvable game than 9-handed or 6-handed. So they just require very, very, very different skill sets. And I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison. Okay, so the ace was a diamond that hand. Yeah, I do think that Daniel should very strongly consider 4-betting that spot. One combination of the nuts is probably not enough to prevent him from doing so. So here we see a full house on the board. A 9 would be quads, and any ace is winning. Daniel does find the raise versus the overbet, almost certainly an ace. He's now sitting out. This may be GG. We have breached the 2-hour mark. He really did take a beating today, in kind of one of the worst ways. I'm not so sure. Maybe he's calmed down since then, but it's really hard, man. You have a lot of those pots not go your way. Maybe not shoving the king of diamonds there is a good example. The thing is, though, like with that king of diamonds play too, he probably won't have any bluffs. So it's not like he's going to have like 3-4 with the 3 of diamonds and just 4-bet shove. I think that's pretty unlikely. So when you're devoid of bluffs and you have the second nuts, it becomes very hard to shove for value because your opponent's not very incentivized to call with the third nuts at that point. We'll see how this shakes out. Right now, waiting with bated breath. While we wait, maybe now would be a good time to announce today's winners, Odyssey. You may not have them picked yet, and if that's the case, no problem. We'll just give everybody in the chat a little bit more time to enter. Like, subscribe, leave a comment on part 1 of last week's vlogcast for your opportunity to win 0.5% of me in Sunday's 10K main event. I'm gonna win it, so like now would be a good time to be a part of it. Okay, Daniel is coming back, so we don't have to worry about announcing winners. Let's just keep it going. If you haven't entered already, do it now. All you have to do is leave a comment on the live from TCH vlogcast that was last Friday, part 1. There are 2 parts because we lost power halfway through. And then like this video and subscribe to the channel. Give us a little bit of YouTube algorithm traction, if you will, you know? James says, can I ask why you did not specialize in heads up as opposed to the 6-max format initially, or encourage Landon to follow the path? I don't think specialists have longevity. I always wanted to have a long career, not a flash in the pan type thing. I think part of the reason why you saw Doug retire is because he learned one very specific skill set that kind of died. And also I didn't play online much. So I specialized in live poker. And in live poker, you just go wherever the EV is. If that's tournaments, you play tournaments. If it's 9-max, you play 9-max. If it's shorthanded, you play shorthanded. So I didn't really have a ton of interest in just breaking the game down from only one lens. Also, when I was making all of my decisions, we didn't have solvers. So we had a lot less information. We were just kind of learning things through perception and through experience and things of that nature. So it's a little bit different. For Landon, the reason to not specialize is because he's an American poker player. We don't have the opportunity to specialize. If he wanted to specialize in heads up, he's not going to get any action. If he wants to specialize in 6-max games, okay, but you're limiting yourself. Sure, he could choose a specialization between cash or MTTs, but why? He's going to be profitable in both, and his strategy is going to translate in both. So I think for him, it's just about, it doesn't matter how many people are sitting at the table to Landon. He knows the ranges for 9-max, 6-max, and heads up. And from there, it's just all about the work that he's put in based on the solutions that he's ran. So he'll be limited in the near term because you can only run so many solves. But in the long run, I think he has the scruples to think well about the game and think thoughtfully about the game. Doug Rivers trips here on the right, winning a small one. Daniel chooses the 1 big blind bet size here on the ace jack deuce. He does face a check raise in a single raise pot, and does arrive at a fold. I should have taken a break when Daniel did. I'm freezing, and I want to put on socks or turn on the heat. But I also don't want to leave you guys hanging. I'm going to power through for a couple more minutes, see what happens. You're asking great questions, James. I appreciate the engagement. It's definitely making the time pass. Commentating on 2 heads-up matches is not as easy as one would think. It's hard to decide which table's action to follow. Like here we have a single raise pot and just a check down on both boards. You know, like which one am I supposed to choose, that kind of thing. Just got word, Chin's dead. The funeral will be next week. R.I.P. to the late, great Christian Soda. Man, wouldn't that be terrible if that were true? Shout out Max Hong. Chiming in from Singapore. Appreciate you, man. If you haven't already, enter the contest. Go ahead and like, subscribe, leave a comment on last week's video for a chance to win 0.5% of me in Sunday's main event. What does poker look like in Singapore? Do you guys just play underground games? Do you have online? Very interesting. R.I.P. There's a Mike Hard's lemonade in the fridge that I saw Christian eyeing up. So he might just come in spicy as fuck. Nice hand by Daniel here on the right. Rivering 2 pair. Very likely he was up against a better king. Could have just been a 9 given the sizing on the river. Doug is probably going to pay off there a fair amount. What up, Dom? Good to see you here, man. Maybe if I didn't live in an abandoned warehouse, I wouldn't be so cold. That's fair. Listen, if this is what a warehouse looked like, I would be very pumped about it. Single raise pot here on the left. Looks like it went check call flop. Check call flop. Yeah. Looked like Doug bet like 3/4 pot. Daniel called. Turn goes check check. River. Daniel now checked. Doug's gonna go for about 2/3. Value. I think Daniel would be like a huge favorite against Phil or Antonio if they were to play tomorrow. Like a very, very big favorite. Maybe as big of a favorite as Doug is against Daniel, to be quite honest. Thanks, Rick Welch. Appreciate you, man. No Leroy today. We got Andre running the stream, so he hits you with that nice, soft elevator music. Ryan Broad says, is that Pittsburgh behind you, Burke? It could be. I don't know, man. It's stocked to Skype. They just give it to us. But yeah, I'm going to pretend like it's Pittsburgh. That looks like over my right shoulder, that kind of looks like the Heinz building a little bit, I would say. Yeah, I think that this is probably a nice upscale loft on the North Shore with PNC in the foreground and Heinz manufacturing in the background. Jeff Davis says, what do you think the chances are there will be a live WSOP in Vegas 2021? I think it's pretty high. I think with assuming that the vaccine is at all effective, I think that by the time summer rolls around, pretty much all companies are going to be looking to be at full scale by that point, especially in this industry. Otherwise, they just won't survive. Dom says, Berkey, how do you think you would do against Dnegs, given you don't study heads up much, but you've seen so many of his hands? I think I would be a dog, for sure. I'm definitely recognizing that like I'm way too tight pre-flop in some spots, which is kind of ironic, all things considered. Yeah, I definitely think I would be a dog. I don't notice anything so egregious that I personally would be able to take advantage of it. Big pot here on the right. 150 big blind pot going into the river with about 0.5 SPR. I imagine Doug is pure shoving here. What do I know? So Doug looked like he was going for it here. I'll be interested to see the replay. Daniel will probably value shove ace queen plus, depending on how this played out pre. Okay, so 3-bet pot, raise call by Daniel, ace 10-3, 2 diamonds. Pot, call, I like it. 7, 3/4 pot, call. Okay, that's why Doug's not pure shoving there. By the time Daniel lands on river, he has really good hands. Really good hands, and I imagine Doug has some like possible combo draw hands like queen jack of diamonds, king queen of diamonds, things like that. 3-bet here on the left and a win. Brian says, I think Doug would not be a big favorite if they played live. Variance would rule, but I mean, if that wasn't a factor, live is that different. Yeah, I agree. I still think Doug would be a favorite, but I agree with you that I don't think he'd be like, somewhere between a 4 and 6 to 1 favorite like he is online. I think the two tabling element alone just really, really hinders Daniel's ability to close the gap. Like if I were in Daniel's shoes and I was willing to take on a Goliath like Doug, where I was the David, I would want to try to mitigate the factors as best I could. And if playing live wasn't an option, the next best thing to me would be one tabling. Make it slow enough so that you can really dig deep into the analysis of what's going on. Make it slow enough so that the meta actually is a factor, and you can hopefully turn some of that in your favor. With two tables going on, I think you're just getting out just enough hands at a speed fast enough where Doug's edge is just like absolutely crippling. I kind of feel like Daniel bit off more than he could chew as far as like improvement goes. Not only does he have to get better at the strategy, but he has to get better at the implementation over mass volume. And that's really fucking hard, right? Like if he just downloaded the information that he has up until this point from his coaches and then went and played a live heads up match, he would absolutely be competitive. There's almost no chance that he would be down 20 buy-ins after they wouldn't have 9,000 hands in, but whatever the case may be, I think that like variance would play a bigger role, of course, but also I think Daniel would be able to carve out a little bit of EV back from just the utter nuance that comes with playing a much slower game. James says, we have a 3-bet here on every time I point it out, just folds. All right, Doug 3-bets here on the right. Chooses a smaller size at 200 effective big blinds. I find that to be interesting and also not surprising. So I think what we're seeing here is Doug's going to start implementing two sizes. And because he's still going to be 3-betting wide, but SPRs are going to be a lot deeper, he wants to be able to kind of still be able to navigate these pots in a way where all in isn't necessarily threatened by the river. And he does just win there through a C-bet. James says, you're Daniel now, almost 9K hands in. You're competitive. What is an acceptable result in the 4.5K hands time? Playing solid, yeah, but what would you project as satisfactory result? I mean, just showing a profit over those 4.5K hands, I think would be huge to Daniel. Feel really good to take this from minus 1 million to, maybe minus anything, just anything less. So I think that that's probably a big deal, but also I don't think he's quitting, so the 2.5K hands is probably irrelevant. Steven says, Berkey, what have you been seeing to say that Daniel is learning and improving? he's adding more sizes, so his flop strategy does seem to be complicating a little bit more as things progress. I do feel like he's playing rivers a little bit better, either just by not arriving there with as many hands, which allows him to bluff catch, or by having like some aggressive action in spots where in the past maybe we've seen him play a little bit too passively. But yeah, all in all, it just seems like he's holding his own. The few hands that do make it to Showdown all seem pretty reasonable. Like the coolers, obviously he's just always in kind of a shit spot with the right hand and the right line. It's a nice little pot for Daniel there with trip sixes. James says, has COVID been a plus or minus for online poker in the aftermath of the vaccine era? Will GG overtake poker stars in the near future in terms of traffic? Net positive as far as traffic goes in the short run for sure. Net negative in the advancement of cheating methodologies, I think. I'll forever echo this statement until it's just not really a thing, which I don't really think is ever going to be true. But the amount of RTAing taking place is way more than the community will allow you to know. There are some very prominent names that are getting kicked off of sites like GG for RTAing that for whatever reason nobody's outing publicly. And it's tough because it's like, I know with a high degree of confidence that it's true, but it's also still speculative because it's not 100% confidence. And in this industry, you can't accuse people of things that can ruin them if you don't have near 100% degree of confidence, I don't think. So yeah, a lot of this is just going under the radar. Big winning prominent players that earn the respect of the community are just out there cheating their fellow man out of 6-7 figures. And the incentive to do that is just increasingly growing. So unfortunately, I think that is a net negative for online poker. I also think the popularity of apps is a net negative for online poker, but both of those things are just going to force some sort of corrective action by the landscape as a whole. The apps aren't going anywhere. RTA isn't going anywhere. So we need to adapt or die. My fear is the death, but I have some faith that people are resilient and businesses that want to make money also are resilient. So we will see some sort of adaptation, I think. All right, Poker Odyssey is choosing the winners now. We're at the top of the hour. I'm going to be giving away 2.5% of my main event on Sunday, 0.5% to 5 lucky winners. He's going to be drawing those winners now. Really appreciate you, Odyssey. Thank you so much. Slander said, didn't expect a free mastermind tonight. Yeah, this is what happens when I fly solo, man. I just I go deep down the rabbit holes. Live poker, in my opinion, definitely is the future. It's the most controllable atmosphere. Lily said her puppy's looking for my dogs now, which is funny. All right, while Odyssey chooses these winners, I'm going to step away for a brief second. I need to get something on my feet. I'm freezing. Oh man, I came back to a replay. Okay, check, turn. Check. Uh-oh. I accidentally unplugged my computer. All right, we're back. All right, we got the winners. What do we got for me? What do you got for me, Odyssey? Congrats to Matthew Grove, Fraught with Pearl, Chris Young, Jennifer I'm so sorry, Gianera, and Jason Halverson. You guys all won 0.5% of me in Sunday's main event. That's a 10K. First place guaranteed to be well over $1 million. Well, that's not fair. First place will be heads up for $1 million added. I'm guessing first place for the WSOP one will probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of 200K. Anyway, if you guys want to email us at... How have we been handling this, Odyssey? How have we been contacting everybody? They just been emailing you? Okay, perfect. So Odyssey will be in touch if we make the money for you to provide him with an email where we can take care of you. Best of luck to the 5 of you. We'll be giving away another 2.5% tomorrow on the stream. So be sure, if you didn't win today, to tune in tomorrow, and then we're going to be giving away another 5% on Sunday. So giving away 10% total over the next 3 streams, which is nothing to sneeze at. 3-bet pot here on the left. Doug's going to continue for third. Daniel calls. Pretty advantageous card for Daniel. I expect Doug to do a lot of checking here. I would imagine Daniel does a fair amount of small betting in position, maybe something in the neighborhood of 25 to 33% pot, maybe upwards of 40. We do see third pot. Lisa asks, is there an option for the players to opt out at 12.5K hands? Is it likely that Daniel concedes? Yes. The losing player can opt out only at exactly 12.5K hands. I think it's about 0% that Daniel concedes. Here, I think we could see anything from a shove. Oof. Wow. Doug just had the board crippled there. Good check back from Daniel, whatever it may have been. Imagine if that's a 7. Imagine if it's like a hand like 7-6. Like, he's just miserable. And based on what we've seen thus far, I think it's plausible he could have had a hand like that. He also could have had like 8s, 9s. Single raise pot on each side. We'll go with the right board first. 9-7-3. Doug chooses just under half pot, about 40%. Turn 3 is going to be a big bet spot for Doug, I imagine. Just as on King Jack 6 two-tone, Daniel has a check back on the turn Jack. Seems reasonable. He's going to have a fair amount of give-ups. Doug does go for the 3/4 pot. 2/3 pot on the turn 3. That makes a lot of sense. Daniel will have defends with 9x, his backdoor hearts. He goes for the check raise. Now this is tricky His value will be 7's full, 3x, and that's about it. I guess 9's full could take this line, but it's probably 3-betting a lot pre. His bluffs are probably going to be combo draws. So 10-8 of hearts. I don't think 9x of hearts makes sense on a paired board like this, since Doug has all the overpairs. The river 8 could complete Jack 10 for Daniel. It also could complete for Doug, as that's one of his potential hands that he could be barreling with. Daniel does get it through, though. Oh, I lost the chat. Sorry, guys. What up, Joanne? Hee-haw. How are you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for watching the Pup Swabs out of town. If the loser at 12.5k hand says play on, then gets buried for the next 3.5k hands, can they quit or no? No. Thank you, Daniel. I missed whether or not the turn was a bet raise or just a big bet out of Doug. I think it was just a big bet out of Doug. River 3 isn't going to change anything. I imagine we're going to see something in the neighborhood of pot plus. Daniel can have some slow played 8-9, specifically 8-9 of diamonds. He's also going to have a fair amount of misses, hands like Jack 9, King Jack. We do see Doug go for it, the 3x, a little less, 2.5x pot shove. Daniel's calling range here is mostly going to be 2-pair plus. He might have some 1-pair calls that block nuts, hands like 10-9. But he does arrive at a fold. I don't know if we've seen him call those big overbet shoves really in any spots yet. So single raise pot, queen 10-7, check, check. Oh, interesting. Okay, so he does lead for 3/4 on turn. Doug makes a massive raise. River 3, check. Okay, so Daniel probably doesn't really have slow played 8-9 there. He mostly just has missed draws, I would assume. I really appreciate that, Max. Thank you so much. Do you think there's a shot that Dnegs actually asked to raise the stakes in the back end 12.5k hands, maybe take an Andy Bill-esque approach? Yeah, I actually do think that that is very possible. If I wear my Alpha Rec hoodie to the Brigada after COVID chills, does that make me part of the Solve for Why team? You don't have to wear the hoodie, man. You're already part of it. You're here, aren't you? Over here on the left, we see Doug coming with a rather large bet on the turn and takes it down. We are seeing swings. This right side, we have really deep stacks. We have the makings of a 400 big blind pot, or at least we have the ingredients for one. If the stakes were raised, would Doug sell off some of his action? I imagine he's pieced out as is. He's probably pretty aggro in this spot where he's taking bigger risks than he otherwise would because he thinks he's a big enough favorite. But yeah, I imagine that he's pieced out. And if the stakes raised, for sure, he would just dilute himself a little bit more. Or maybe not. He doesn't have to, right? He would go into it with a pretty sizable lead, I imagine. Link for merch. Hashtag merch. Backdoor spades fill on a paired board. Daniel's going to go for some level of value on the river. I'm not really sure what his value range looks like at this point after checking back twice. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. His weakest kings makes a lot of sense. Lisa asked, Matt, do you enjoy covering these matches? I mean, this isn't exactly riveting stuff to me, to be honest. Just in the sense that, like, I'm not a heads-up specialist, so I don't see the nuance as well as I would like. And it's been very one-sided, right? So, like, as a sports enthusiast or somebody who, like, wants to see the back and forth, we just haven't. I will grow to enjoy covering these matches as the swings start to occur, I think. And as I force myself to get a little bit more deeply understood in No Limit Hold'em. But yeah, I mean, you know, streaming in and of itself is challenging, especially when you're streaming 2 tables of a game that you don't play a ton of. Oh, please let me run like Polk on Sunday. Let's just win all the monies. Neo says, hey Matt, loving the graphics and thoughts, but we can't see the stacks in the color, especially on the phone. Can you make it a brighter color, please? Nothing we can do about it today, but the notes have been taken. Andre's going to keep fiddling with it, and we're going to see what we come up with. Three bet here on the left, big bet here on the right. Daniel bluffs catches, probably with a queen, possibly with 9x. We have a small 4-bet now. Small, relatively speaking, just slightly smaller than what Doug has been choosing. And Daniel does find the shove and gets one through. Have you been studying for Sunday? Sort of. I've just been going over the same routine that I tend to. Just looking more at kind of like the more nuanced charts that I'm not quite as familiar with. You know, big blind, or sorry, 3-bet defense at certain stack depths, 4-bet shove ranges. Things that probably won't come up that much, but with a deep structure, you'd like to be pretty privy to. Any new courses from Solve for Why? Can't wait. Matt Hunt still is working on his course, being released one episode at a time per month. We will have the follow-up episode to my heads-up battle against MJ Perry. So episode 2 of that should come out sometime this month. The next 2 pieces of content to come out will be Christian has a mastermind on Saturday, and then the following Saturday he's going to have a office hour. Following that, yeah, we're gonna start to go back to the old release format where we do, you know, 1 video a month that strings along and turns itself into a course throughout the long run. Big pot on both tables. Doug goes for pot and a half on river here on the turn, or sorry, on the second table. Daniel calls with trip 10s and picks off the 7-high bluff. Big pot for Dnegs there. Doug block bets the river here on the left. We'll see some King X in this range. We'll see some Jack X. Pocket Queens makes a lot of sense. Daniel probably had a Jack. So a bit of a swing between the 2 tables there. Kyle says, Matt, does your poker persona not get some people to give you similar heads-up action, or is it mostly fabricated drama, a prerequisite for matches like this to occur? I get all the action in the world. People think I suck. So I just kind of get to pick and choose what type of heads-up player I want to play against, and I choose the ones that are less studied. And it's gone pretty well. I've had a good quarantine. I can't complain. But yeah, I definitely don't consider myself to be a heads-up expert by any stretch of the imagination. I'm mostly taking concepts that apply to Ring and trying to analyze it from a wide range standpoint in heads-up. Thanks, James. I appreciate it. Commentary is definitely a bigger challenge than actually being in the mix for sure, but I don't envy Daniel's spot. I wouldn't want to switch places with him. It's a lot of fucking work to be in a situation to lose $1 million. Like, he's busting his ass, and things just aren't really going favorably for him. So I don't envy his scenario at all, and I really do hope that, be it through variance or improved study or whatever the case may be, things turn hard. So I think Daniel was not kidding when he said tonight's going to be the long one. We're just coming up on the 3-hour mark. I think his longest session to date was about 4 hours. And if he didn't rage quit at the 2-hour mark, we might be in for the long haul. He is about to take a break. It could be the end of the match, maybe. But we say this every time he sits out. I imagine that he's probably just taking another break. We do have action here. He's able to get value for the trip sixes. So I'm not sure why they're playing one more hand. I guess that has something to do with who has the button. And that could signify the end of the match. We'll see. I'm not really entirely sure. So he is sitting out, to be determined if this is GG or not. Lisa says, does anyone agree with the argument that these types of streams as well as poker vlogs increase the general player pool knowledge and ends up being detrimental for the overall game of poker? I don't think you can curb technology. So we were kind of talking about this earlier as to like why Landon's overall earn may be less than mine, despite the fact that his ceiling is like maybe 10x as high as mine. And a lot of that is just because the barrier of entry continually grows and the complexity of the game continually becomes more nuanced. So that's all a byproduct of technology, right? That's all a byproduct of evolution. And it's nothing that we can really police or control in the community. Basically, this is the new funneling mechanism to bring in new money to the game. People don't want to come in and be eaten up immediately. They don't want to feel ignorant, right? It's just like any other hobby or interest that you take up. There's a baseline of education necessary to actually pursue it. And I think that is what we're seeing the evolution of poker content be. Why is he planning on going deeper tonight, time-wise, than others, in my opinion? I think he just felt really good about yesterday's session and feels like if he puts in larger volume, that things may swing in his favor, especially from a variant side. I don't really know, though. Yeah, it's tough to say, Ryan. He says, don't you think Dnegs will win back whatever he loses in the match just due to the improvement that he's gained? I don't know. I don't know how much Dnegs wants to play poker. So I don't know what the next year or 5 years looks like for him. I do think that he will be a significantly better player on the other side of this. Now, does that mean he's going to start playing high rollers again or getting in the mix in high stakes poker? I don't know. His motivations are unclear to me. but I think he's capable. Kyle says, Matt, I'm sure you've done this before, but can you give a brief explanation as to why you're anti-Polk? I don't like the way the guy does business. I don't like his clickbaity troll approach to the community. I don't like that he just drags people's names through the mud for the fun of it. Not for the fun of it, really for the clicks, really for the bottom line. I don't like that all he really concerns himself with is bottom line when making any sort of business decision. That's great from a profit standpoint, but I don't think it's great from a business ethics standpoint. And I definitely don't think it's great in a niche community like this where everybody should be putting their best foot forward to some degree. Just generalizations, James. Can't really actually know what his peak potential is by comparison. Brian says, I suppose going to have to train AIs to detect the use of RTA if they're not already. You know if they use these kinds of things in detection. Yeah, I spoke briefly with Rob Young at Party Poker about this, and they do seem to have a pretty sophisticated back end. And I'm sure it's just going to be a constant war of them trying to stay ahead of the cheaters. But I really think that we need to find. I don't think like that can be the trajectory moving forward. Like it can't just constantly be a path of security versus cheaters and seeing who gets ahead, because it still incentivizes the utilization of all the gray areas. I think what we have to change is the incentives. Like everybody's just very incentivized to multi-account, to VPN. Well, VPNing, I don't think it's cheating, but everybody's very incentivized to multi-account, to use RTA, to gain any single EV edge that they possibly can. And I'm not sure how our community can change that, or how operators can disincentivize that type of behavior, but I think it's going to be necessary for survival. If you place Chin versus Landon in a live environment over 25k hands, who do you take, and what's the perceived edge? If it's online, does it change? I assume you're talking about in a ring game. If it's a ring game, I would take Chin in a heartbeat. He just has significantly more experience, and I think that the edges he derives from the environment will take Landon a long time to learn. And I don't think that Landon's so much more theoretically sound than Chin that he just naturally makes infinitely more money. If it's online, it's Landon hands down. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. You can't see a world where Daniel is down $1 million plus and continues to 25 cans, and if so, why? After what he said yesterday, I just don't think he'll quit. He basically challenged Polk to play 100k hands instead. But yeah, maybe something will change between today and hand number 12,500. Maybe he'll just like feel beaten down or feel like it's a waste of time. I don't know. Katie Marshall says, Dnegs will endorse stuff that harms players if someone pays him, though. I don't necessarily think that that's a fair assertion. I think that oftentimes when you're asked to endorse products, companies, things of that nature, you're only privy to a certain amount of understanding of what's going on. So, like, I think the whole PokerStars thing was greatly blown out of proportion. Daniel wasn't overly sophisticated in the way he handled it, but he wasn't entirely wrong either. He just basically wasn't careful with his words, and Polk kind of ran with it. And as far as GG goes, like, I don't think that you can judge Daniel based on the fact that GG signed Blitz. I'm pretty benign to the Blitz signing as a whole. From a marketing standpoint, it makes a ton of sense. I don't think that anybody is of the opinion that female participation in poker as a whole is going to hinge on whether or not we have Dan Blazarian as an ambassador or not. Do I think the guy is deserving of any sort of public stature? No. But at the same token, like, I understand the value that he provides to companies like GG. It's a gambling site. It's bro culture. It's, all the money is in very specific pockets. And though we may not want that to be true, it is. There's a lot of money in wealthy white individual men that are willing to gamble. And so, like, they're catering to that. So unfortunately, that's the market. The market tends to speak. And I don't really think Daniel can be judged based off of that. Have I created a monster in Landon? And are there other potential GTO wizards in your stable? Is this the goal, producing the best of the best? I think the best of the best is very difficult because I think it's ever changing, especially with how the game is evolving so rapidly. I think that, like, any given day, somebody could go from being the best to mediocre and vice versa. So, like, I just am investing in Landon as a person, his poker skill set aside. I think that he's a really good kid with a sharp head on his shoulders, and he's willing to put in the work. And I think it was the same thing with Chin. It's what gravitated me towards him. He was very hungry. He put in a ton of work, and he was very cognizant of what he was good at and what he needed to work on. And I was able to help that. I think that's always the goal whenever you invest time or any other resource into another person, be it through mentorship or otherwise. But yeah, I'm not out there trying to put together a stable. I don't care. I just don't see the game that way. And I don't think poker is the arena to get rich. There's money to be made, sure, but this isn't where you accumulate generational wealth. It may be where you accumulate opportunities, but certainly not generational wealth. We have a big pot brewing here on the left. Guessing this was 3-bet, C-bet small, if I had to guess. Probably 3-bet to 4K, C-bet to 2-ish, 2.5. Turn probably check. River, wow. Really surprised Doug didn't go for value there. Very, very, very surprised Doug didn't see any value in betting the ace there. Not that, Daniel's necessarily calling with a 4, but what amount of money would it take to never wear your hat backwards for the rest of your life? I don't know. Whatever amount of money it would take for me not to wear a hat, which probably isn't a ton. I just like wearing hats. It's not like I need to wear a hat. Flopset said, a lot of pros like Victoria Corin, etc. left PokerStars, Berkey, because they scammed hundreds of people out of millions of dollars with the Supernova Elite business. Well, that's partially true. Yes, PokerStars did not do right by their clientele, but the ambassadors have nothing to do with that. And a lot of ambassadors left, but they also were going to be fired anyway. So it's easy to take the moral high ground of saying, like, I'm leaving this bastard company that isn't for the people because I am for the people. But it's also because they catch wind that, like, your contract is about to be terminated anyway. It kind of is what it is. Like, I think that businesses make business decisions. So if I'm not defending PokerStars by any stretch, I'm defending Daniel because I don't think Daniel did anything wrong. He just represented the company that was paying him, as ambassadors are meant to do. If you don't agree with what PokerStars was doing, which most of the professional community doesn't, stop giving them business. But guess where the entire professional community plays poker right now? It's Stars. If you're not willing to speak with your pocketbook, you certainly can't hold somebody's feet to the fire for taking a check from that same company, telling you that you should play on that site. I think that the soapbox that the community likes to stand on is kind of riddled with contradiction. Kevin Hart is sponsored by poker or Party Poker. It's just not really doing much, to be honest. I live in Vegas. Yeah, Rick Welch is right. The quote unquote more rake is better is kind of like defund the police. It's just a very poor slogan. It doesn't at all touch upon the nuance of what the actual sentiment is. What was the most significant breakthrough in my career? Going broke in 2012 probably really forced me to increase the amount of time and effort I put into studying overall and the way that I studied. That was probably the most impactful time of my career. The actual most impactful moment probably was like the first final table of 2013 World Series, followed by two more. If that summer doesn't happen, I just don't know what the rest of my career looks like, but I was able to go from broke to having like, $300,000 or $400,000 overnight. And then suddenly a couple months later, I was playing in the biggest games in America, or maybe in the world at the time. I did not play on high stakes poker, no. Vlogcast will be out tomorrow, for sure. During your potential life-ending canyon hike, did you ever identify who in your group you just needed to be faster than when the mountain lions arrived? I mean, in all honesty, it was probably Fee. I'm not going to win a race against the kid who is an endurance athlete for sure. I probably wouldn't. I mean, Lynn is definitely the most likely to die there, but she's also probably the most likely to be saved by the group just due to, chivalry. And yeah, like the other kid, Chris, was like, 145 pounds. I'm sure he's going to be able to move. So if it comes down to me, I don't think you have to be proud of a company that sponsors you. I mean, when you sign, sure, but that doesn't mean that by the time your contract is coming close to expiration, they're not doing shit that you don't agree with. And yeah, you can definitely stand up for the community that you believe in and everything else. But it's a privileged stance. People who are signed under contract because they need the money certainly aren't going to just like cut off their nose to spite their face, because nobody's going to remember them. Nobody looks down on Liv Baree for not leaving Stars at that time, do they? Right? Just like nobody really props up some of the other ones who did leave. When you say broke, how much money did you have? I think I was like negative 10K in credit card debt. I was basically paying rent and bills with credit cards. Will online poker have another mini boom? I highly doubt it. There may be like, if the Wire Act gets reversed and we see coast to coast online poker again in America, yeah, we'll see some sort of influx of new money, but it's not sustainable. The game's too difficult. All of the shark money will eat it up. It's kind of like what we're seeing on apps, right? Apps will just do better than regulated poker because you can control who plays in the environments, so you can protect them a lot better. Am I frozen? I'm not so sure that we would see a rest of world scenario. So the question Flopset asked is, if the Wire Act were reversed, would we see, would we be able to suddenly start to play on Stars and Party and things like that? I don't think so. I think it would result in what we have here in Nevada with regulated poker. So I think it would be turned over to the states, and each state would be able to opt in or opt out. They would be able to decide if they wanted to share liquidity or if they wanted to be on their own little island. And I think from there, ultimately, at best, we would have American poker again. We would have our own little ecosystem. But no, I don't think that we'll ever get to a point of playing rest of world, because the government's going to want their cut. And I also don't think that we're going to see all 50 states opt in either. So I think that places like California are going to be very, very, very hard to get to opt in, because they just tax at a higher rate than everybody else, and they're one of the most populated states in all of America. So they want to just keep that money in house. We see a big check raise here on the left in a single raise pot. King Jack 5 rainbow. Doug is going to continue through a call. Turn 7, bringing backdoor diamonds. Relative brick. Daniel's going to go for a check. His King X. So I think we would see hands like King 10, some King X of diamonds would play this way for sure. Specifically King 5 of diamonds. Doug is going to choose a pretty sizable bet here and get called. River Queen. This will improve some of Daniel's bluff catchers. He'll have some like Queen Jack of hearts, although that probably pure 3 bets pre. So yeah, we're probably looking a lot more at like King Deuce through King 6 of, I said diamonds, I meant hearts. Oh no, diamonds works too. So yeah, it'll probably be like diamonds and hearts. King X of diamonds, King X of hearts that take this line. I don't think we're going to see very much Queen 10. Queen 10 probably should have barreled off once it started check raising. Doug does arrive at a river all in. He'll be turning some hands into bluffs here. 2x pot. I think we'll see some 10-9 for straights. I think we'll see some... I mean, I would imagine all of his bluffs are going to contain a 10. So he might reach down to Jack 10. Wow. God damn it, man. Oh, Daniel. Okay. Let's try to analyze that beyond the cooler. The cooler happened. It is what it is. Daniel obviously has a very clear call by the end. 2 pair, can't fold, despite the run out not being great. I do think that I'm a little perplexed by his decision to check raise check. I don't think that this is optimal by any stretch. The 7 is irrelevant. I think that's a card that Daniel can big bet on. His line makes a lot of sense if he check calls flop and then determines that like he's blocking too much of the board to do anything else on the turn other than check call again. But like, I don't really think we want to take a hand as strong as King 5, check raise it, and then turn it into a bluff catcher. Although it's probably okay. We're just gonna have other hands that perform better, I think, through that line. We'll have like King 7 of diamonds. We'll have maybe a sprinkle of King Queen, some King 10. I mean, I get it. He's just trying to protect his check raise check line, and it seems fine. But I fear that like he's not protecting his check raise bet line then. King Jack actually serves a lot better as a check raise check than King 5 would, I think, just given how much of the board you have locked up. But again, I'm speculating. He's putting in the work. I'm really not. So I may be missing some nuance here that matters. In any event, it's just a fucking cooler. You know, like he could just be mixing on the turn too, where like sometimes King 5 bets, sometimes King 5 checks, and I think that's totally reasonable. It's insane that the guy keeps running into it. If Doug had King Jack there, I wouldn't even consider it to be like, it's still a fucking cooler, but like I wouldn't feel as gross about it as you do when Doug just has King 7. And like, oh man. It's so sick. It's just so sick. Like he's just never on the other side. And like, I wonder if he's never on the other side because like he doesn't turn a 7 in that spot, or if it's because Doug doesn't check raise King 5 there, right? Doug just check calls King 5 and then faces a pot size bet on the turn and realizes now he can't check raise. He just has the best bluff catcher, so he check calls again. And then the river's a queen and he faces another like pot size bet or something to that nature, and at best he calls. You know, there is something to be said about taking a strategy that allows you to get lucky in very subtle ways. And something as simple as like not check raising that flop, though I do think it is a high check raise spot with King 5. Something as subtle as just not check raising in that situation results in you getting lucky. But again, I'm focusing on very, very, very silly small things because I'm grasping at straws, man. What do you say when a guy's running fucking wretched? You know, like, you don't want to make excuses, but at the same token, it's like, Christ, we have to find an answer somehow. Over here on the right, big check raise out of Doug. He's very probable to be all in here at 1 SPR. That sizing was not an accident on the turn. I don't really see very many hands that he gives up with at this point. I imagine he's going to have hands that consist of either the Jack of Diamonds or Queen of Diamonds in range. I imagine Daniel has a call. Okay. I think that makes sense. King 5, he still has outs. He has a gut shot to a bigger straight. He has the second nut flush draw. He's representing the second nuts with that line. So Daniel's going to have at least the type of hand that he had in order to bluff catch off. Very nice pot for Daniel. Very relieving for him. He's run up quite a stack over there. I mean, we're getting deep, guys. Like, there's, you know, $500,000 in play between the two tables. A little bit more, actually. Looks like about 350 in play between the two tables. So we're verging on over 10 buy-ins in play between the two tables. Kind of representative of a lot of variance, which, you know, you expect from heads up. But yeah, you'd like to see some things go his way. Him having a bluff catcher versus a bluff versus Doug, that's like as close to a positive cooler that we've seen. Like, oh man, Doug had the candidate to go for it, and Daniel had the candidate to call. You know, very unlucky for Doug. Can't believe that he ran into the Queen 10. Or honestly, like, I know Doug has to run that bluff, but I also don't know that like Daniel's doing a ton of betting without like the Queen of Diamonds on that turn. Yeah, I mean, it just seems reasonable to check back a naked queen. But even if he does bet a naked queen, he's still probably just like bet getting it in by river. So Doug may be over bluffing a little bit if he's choosing all of his king of diamonds X. But tough to say. He's probably mixing in that spot as well. It has been a real bob and weave type of match. Daniel's holding his own on the right. Doug is just stepping on the gas on the left. At one point, we did have stack depths of about 200 blinds each on the right, but Daniel neutralized that. So we're still effectively playing 100 big blind poker on both tables. Where's Chin? I mean, I'm Irish, and 2 cans is a starting point. Meanwhile, we're a bit further down the line being Irish. He had a coaching lesson at 2. And either it's the longest coaching session of all time, which is possible. He likes to get thick in the weeds, or in the thick of it, I guess. Or it just exhausted him to the point where he either passed out or decided to drink the Mike's Hard Lemonade off air. It's the best I can guess. We ride in solo. Thanks to everybody out there who decided to ride with us. Much appreciated. I feel like I'm doing a Southwest flight attendant speech where it's like, we know you have many options to fly, so thanks for flying with us. Is my ability to play pickleball over time directly proportional to Chin's ability to pick up women? It's tough to say, man. I need to see some receipts. He talks a big game. I got to see these DMs. Doug seems to have won a small but meaningful one on the right. Ooh. Queen 10 deuce rainbow, cigarettes pot. Doug goes to third. Turn 8, bringing backdoors. It's a bit of a spicy card. So it's going to touch both ranges. Both have equal distribution of Jack 9. Doug will probably keep bluffing with some of his 9x, some of his Jack X. Does decide to check back. He certainly has 8x in range. Daniel's going to choose to check. He should have a fair amount of bluff catchers. King Jack High wins. I need to see some blood. Oh, I lost the chat again. Anytime I go like 2 minutes without feeling engaged, I immediately realize that the chat has disappeared. Is online still going to be around in 10 years? I imagine so, but it'll probably look nothing like we know it to look now. Oh man, strap in, baby. We're here for the long haul. Big bet out of Daniel on the right. Best I can tell, this is a single raise pot with a C bet. Daniel's value hands, probably mostly 2-pair. Doug check raises quite large. So we see Doug put in about 2x pot. I imagine we're going to see a lot of hands that contain a 5 here. So call to c-bet on the flop, I assume. Turn goes check, check. We can see some 6-5 turning itself into a bluff, especially since most of Daniel's value bet range is going to be 2-pair. There it is, 6-5 turning itself into a bluff. Daniel actually had the very thin value bet of ace-9, but he does unblock Doug's bluffs, which is nice. And he picked off a little doozy there. Good for Daniel. Lisa says, my pitties bark like a 4-pound chihuahua. Well, I will have you know that the one barking is potentially part chihuahua. She is a mini pitty at best, as she's a disappointing 31 pounds and very, very small. Todd Michael says, there are a few people whom are well known in their respective profession who I would like to have a beer with and chat. Non-poker, it seems as though that you have a very interesting take on things. Thanks, man. I'll pass on the beer for a sparkling water, but I do appreciate the sentiment. Nice pot there for Doug on the left. Phil Duke says, I just subscribed. What books are you reading these days? I just picked up a couple on game theory. All the best. I'd be interested in what ones you picked up on game theory. That would be a fun little deviation from where I'm currently at. At the moment, I am currently listening to, it's been a while. I haven't opened my Audible in a couple of weeks. I just started Deep Survival, which I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get into it, to be honest. I'm only through the first chapter, and it's kind of a cool concept, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I could just like listen to Army, Navy, mountaineering type adventures for an entire 10 hours, but we'll see. I just finished The Happiness Hypothesis, which was fantastic. Can't recommend it enough. Big pot here on the left. 3-bet pot, looked like a double barrel out of Doug. Daniel's gonna have a tough time defending there with many hands that aren't ace X plus. Kyle says, Matt, when JRB flipped you back to 25k chip with your misread call in the big game, did it change the way you viewed the environment or the way you see the ethics of the game as a whole? I don't think it changed it. It just more so confirmed what my personal beliefs are, which is that like we're kind of playing a gentleman's game where we're not out to slit each other's throats. Now, that kind of only happens when you have the luxury of being in a private environment, because you can't guarantee that another person wouldn't, or that would extend the same gratitude to you, where like JRB knows for a fact I would extend that gratitude, otherwise he'd kick me the hell out. But yeah, oh, that's kind of interesting. So Daniel didn't top off on table 1. And usually when that's the case, it means that the account is exhausted. He said yesterday in his interview that the only reason he quit was because he had to make an emergency deposit. And as you can see, we have 265,000 on the 2 tables. So it's very feasible, given that he's down between the 2 sessions about 900K. That doesn't make sense though. I thought he deposited $1 million. But maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, so like, oh no, that would be right. So he's down 900,000, and then he has 265,000 on the table. So that equates to 1.165, maybe let's call it 1.2 million. So there's a good chance that like he just put in an emergency 200K yesterday, on top of the 200K that he had in there, thinking 400K would be plenty. But now it's all in action, and here we are. So there's a chance we may see an early out if Daniel doesn't start winning on the left, or we might see a reset of tables, which I think Doug would be totally fine with since they're equally imbalanced at the moment. Is there a reason I don't drink? Outside of the fact that I never had the curiosity, I think that I just had a very rigid value system growing up where, you know, morality was very black and white to me. Drinking was bad. Sports were good. In the meantime, we have a massive shove here on the right. 4x pot. Daniel can't find the call. Yeah, and I just like never wavered from that. It was reinforced by the fact that my mother was a drug user and eventually OD'd. There wasn't really much alcoholism or anything along those lines in my life, but just substance abuse as a whole was a bit of a turnoff. And honestly, growing up in a small town, it was kind of the opposite of like what you hear about teenage angst. There wasn't like, the rebels weren't the popular kids. The popular kids were guys like me who were like smart, athletic, and kind of keeping their nose clean. Whereas like the kids who were frowned on were the ones that were like, you know, smoking weed behind the bleachers and doing like kind of like the alternative lifestyle stuff. And considering I was trying so hard to hide my home life, the last thing I wanted to do was be pushed into that crowd, especially after I worked so hard to like be one of the well accepted kids. But yeah, honestly, I've literally never had an interest. Like I haven't had a curiosity around it one bit. Big pot there for Daniel on the left. Not that big, but nice pot to win with third pair. Let's see. Philip Duke says he picked up Game Theory and Economic Principles and the Art of Strategy. Art of Strategy sounds interesting to me. Game Theory and Economic Principles is probably closer to like what I've studied in Game Theory already. But maybe I'll check it out. I started down a rabbit hole of evolutionary game theory about a year and a half ago, and I kind of put it down because I realized how deep it was about to go. But given quarantine and like the step back that I've had from real life, I may dive back into that head first, as I think there's a lot of applications, both to poker and life, in digging through that sort of study. Am I a Jordan Peterson fan? Yes and no. I think that he's a great intellect. I think he poses some pretty rational arguments, but I also like see a lot of problems with the lens through which he sees life. But yeah, in a general sense, he's definitely somebody that I don't agree with on every topic, that it's very easy for me to listen to him with an open mind. Whereas like a guy like Ben Shapiro is somebody he's just a pundit to me, and it's impossible for me to listen to him with an open mind. I just think he's way too skewed one way. I'm that much of a Pittsburgh Steelers fan for sure. Black and yellow are definitely my color schemes. Daniel gets picked off there, turning ace high into a bluff, running into two pair. Pretty unfortunate. Looked like a good candidate given how the board ran out. Thank you, Lisa. Daniel's now sitting out on the left. How did I enjoy the news on Paso getting dropped by his lawyer? Par for the course. I was pretty confident nothing was ever going to come of this. I didn't even bother getting representation myself. He never served us. So like that lawsuit was total trash from the beginning. No shock that he doesn't feel confident enough to keep his representation, or he wasn't able to pay, whatever the case may be. Not surprised by any bit of it. And I'm a bit relieved to know that it's behind us. What poker principles do you endorse to the average Joe? Pot odds. I mean, the simplest ones. The underlying backbone to this game is just very basic economics. That's why game theory is so applicable. It's an investment strategy game. So if you can understand relatively deeply what it means to leverage, what it means to invest being laid a price, what it means to lay a bad price. I'm saying these in very simple terms, but the pot odds model is very, very critical to being able to understand the game theory model as a whole. Assuming that this isn't GG because I don't see any ... in the chat, I'm going to take a very quick break. I need to at least get a water, if nothing else. So I will return in minutes.
About what comes after or what came before. You just gotta bend your knees, take a deep breath, and jump. And you might think, what if I fall? Well, what if you don't? What if you fly?
Sorry about the long break. I need to eat. I hadn't eaten anything all day. We are joined now by the one and only Mr. Truly himself, Mr. Mike's Hard Lemonade, the man who gets too lit for the stream for your own good, Christian Soto, who's also muted.
I couldn't come in too hot, you know. I was told by production, mute your microphone when you come in. They didn't want.
I forgot to tell you to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, they didn't say that part. Anyway, I heard you were fasting all day. I was proud of you.
Fuck, man, I'm starving. I'm so hungry. I just ate a rice cake and peanut butter, and like, I should have just kept fasting. It did nothing for me.
I thought that you're. I think you're one of the people that fast the longest in poker. You know, it's like you and some people that like meditate in Peru.
I need to get on my Peruvian meditation game. It's definitely back.
I know some girls in Peru.
Of course you do.
I mean, my sisters are Peruvian. They know the girls too.
Uh-huh.
Just saying.
Sounds about right.
So, catch me up.
Dnegs has the entire account on the line.
Let's go, Dnegs.
We know that much. He has no ability to top off at this point.
Let's go. No top off. Let's just run it up. By the time I finish this, Dnegs will be up 100,000 from this point.
He's ran as bad as you can run.
What else is fucking new?
He 4-bet ace queen with the ace of hearts. 4-bet ace queen with the ace of hearts. Comes queen X 2 hearts. Doug leads right into him.
He leads, okay.
So Daniel has trips with the nut flush blocker. Turn heart, check. River brick. Doug shoves for like half pot.
Call.
Daniel calls. He has king 10 of hearts.
Wow.
Like 5 hands later, they get it in. 5-bet pre, all in. Daniel has aces. Doug has kings.
Wow.
King Jack X.
So that's right there. That's like 100,000 right there.
Oh, at least, man. At least. There's another one that I'm not remembering.
Oh, I saw the King 5 versus King 7.
That just happened.
Yeah.
There was one from early that I can't recall. It was like flush over straight or something to that effect. Big check raise here on the turn by Doug.
Okay, so he probably has like some 6-8, some wheel combos, some 4-5, some king queen offsuit. We're all in.
Turn 10, Doug checks. Daniel's all in. Doug folds.
Let's go. Case money tonight.
That's right.
Let's go, man. I think he's gonna do it.
Well, look who the cat dragged in. I like that. I did say Chin died. We've revived him.
Why would you say that? That's so mean.
We couldn't figure out what happened. I just assumed that you had gone missing.
You know, you can... I don't know. God damn.
Dead until proven otherwise. I'm going to crack open
You got a
cold
Truly?
myself.
You got a little Truly out there?
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me look at the chat. It's like, yo, Chin. So a lot 2-5 and 5-10 players in here. That's cool. It's a lot. Man, the chat is lit tonight.
We've really been talking a lot. James is firing off next level questions.
Yeah, man. Listen, all I know is that homie in Aria hit the dude with the 2-piece.
Oh, my man Patches?
Yeah, Patches fucking put a patch on homie's eye.
Yeah. Apparently that guy had it coming to him.
Yeah, he threw a fucking beer at him.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
You don't do that. Throw a beer at a dealer. Come on, man. It's crazy.
Poor Patches. He's a sweetheart, man.
I hope they hire him at Hope they hire him at the Win.
I mean, there's just like a good chance he'll lose his dealing license.
Okay, go to Cali. They don't care.
That part's true.
I'm sure there's been a couple fights dealer versus players at the Commerce.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable.
Probably gonna see big bet size on the left from Doug. Probably like nice, just a little check back this time. 40% from Daniel on the right table, 4 lines. Not great.
Where's young Landon Tice at?
I don't know. Probably didn't want to go over to the Corona house of Joe Ingram.
True. Oh, I bet I know where he's at.
What?
He's in them streets.
Pull it up. We'll commentate his tables too.
I bet he's in those streets. It's Thursday, baby. Any advice for first time playing in Vegas? Wear a mask. Wear all the masks. We are a hotbed for COVID.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's gotten worse. We see an overbet here from Doug after the delayed C bet. Interesting. After checking back flop, bet the turn. Oh, weird. It's kind of a weird line. I don't know about that one. Yeah, I think at the beginning, like, it wasn't that bad, but now I don't know, man. I don't think it's like worth it to go down there too much, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't that bad maybe like a couple months ago, but now it's just like so rampant that like you really need to start doing the math equation of like, is it worth it, you know? I don't know. I think I'll go down there if it's like something, you know, like 50, 100, 25, 50, something that like maybe I can justify to my parents on my deathbed or something.
Oh Christ!
Like, Mom, but it was 25, 50, like, you know, like, what do you want me to do? But I can't tell my mom.
As fearful of getting it. I do feel like since we live in a commutative house, commutative? Is that the right word?
No.
Whatever. I do feel some sense of responsibility to not potentially get it and spread it. But also, I'm in no rush whatsoever to get life back to normal. I think this is a good opportunity for us to figure out what the fuck we want to do with the next 10 years of our lives, and if high stakes poker isn't it, that's fine.
I'm ready to come out of this. Whoa, I hear myself.
No, that's
ready
my fault.
To come out of this as a new player.
Mm-hmm. What's gonna change?
I'm gonna 3-bet more.
Oh, okay.
That's it. That's my entire strategy.
Mm-hmm.
If you open and I have the 6-4 suited, it's coming to you.
Okay. I mean, okay, so I'll just be playing the same then. James says, so you met me tonight. You're not quite putting me out. I love it. Talk to me, Berkey. I love PLO right now. Love your analyzing and overthinking it. Can I be your Irish prodigy? Yeah, man, you're welcome to get on board. Stay tuned. I got a lot to say. Yeah. I don't know about PLO, though. I used to love playing heads up PLO. I played a lot of hands of heads up PLO in my life, but all pre-2011. So, you know, nobody knew shit about shit.
Same thing as No Limit. Nobody knew shit about shit either.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, can we get some Daniel Negreanu running good? Like,
bro, it's brutal. It really, really is brutal.
I was looking at some like graphs today of how, like, if two people are of equal skill, like how bad you can actually go in an infinite game. Like, let's say it just goes forever.
Yeah.
It's a lot of binds. Like,
Oh yeah, people have no idea.
like it's so many binds.
People are so ignorant to like what true variance calculations look like. And yeah, like that's what kind of what I was saying. I think that we're like looking at like you know, a lower or a less than 10%, like a less than 10% likelihood that this iteration would occur.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're like, let's say you're winning, but you're winning small. Like, let's say you're a winning player at like 2 big blinds per 100, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could still go down like a bunch of fucking binds, like if you played infinitely, you know?
Yeah.
And people don't really account for that.
There's also the compounding effect where it's just like, what's Gatsby doing? Oh, I have to tell a story. Wow, that just reminded me. God bless my dog. But yeah, to finish that thought, they also don't account for like the compounding effect of where you just don't play perfectly.
Yeah.
With each beat that you take. So I woke up this morning at 7 a.m. after having gone to bed at 2. So it was not time for me to wake up yet. My alarm was set for 9. But I was awoken by I don't even know what woke me up, to be quite honest. It was just like a thing where like I left my curtains open, so maybe it was the sun shining in or something like that. But anyway, I woke up at 7 a.m. and I was like pretty awake, and I kind of was just like, fuck, man, I don't need to be up right now. I only slept 5 hours. Like, I'm gonna go back to sleep. But in the process of that, I like grabbed my phone to see what time it was, realized it, put it down, and then rolled over to my left. And to my left, I see this like mess on my comforter, and it's near Gatsby. And I'm just like, oh no, he threw up. Because like before I went to bed, he was kind of like dry heaving a little bit. So I figured that like, you know, he just ate something bad or whatever, and he threw up. It wasn't a big mess though. It was very small for a vomit. And I'm just like, oh man, this is so annoying. But it had the texture of like, you know, Lucky Charms that have sat in milk for too long. Like very mushy, right? So I go get a paper towel, and I'm like coming back to clean it up, and I'm spraying it down with like disinfectant or whatever. And I realize like at the first blush, like at first blush I was wrong. So as I go to wipe it, I realize that he shit the bed.
Oh.
And I'm just like, oh no. So I look at him. As Daniel turns a flush there for a
flush, baby. Spot. Let's go, Daniel. By the time I finish this, it's gonna be good.
So I look at him, and he just has like shit all over his tail and his butt, and I have to like clean him up, and I have to take my comforter and like soak it and put like OxyClean on it and wash it. This is all happening at 7 a.m. when I just like do not want to be awake. So now I have a sick dog on my hands. I have a shitty comforter. And it's way too early for me to be awake.
That's not fun.
That's how my day started.
And then you fasted the rest of the day.
By accident.
I mean,
I was also late to my coaching appointment at 11 this morning because I thought today was Wednesday for the entire morning. Everything I did this morning was based on the fact that it was Wednesday. Only to realize at 11:10 when I got a message that it was in fact Thursday.
Well, you're doing your thing, bro. I mean, you know, every now and then you can't just, you know, you gotta stay hard, you know.
It's this fucking match.
They
don't stream on Thursdays.
They don't stop. That's it. They might play every day for the rest of the month, including Christmas.
If they want to play 100K hands, they're gonna have to.
I wonder if that's gonna happen. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. So this was 3-bet, check. Now to the river. I think Daniel can bet pretty much any pair. Goes for it. 3/4. And he gets caught. Good call by Douglas. People are in the mix, man. Just think about it like this. Thousands of people tune in every time these two people play.
Yeah, that's true. Insane.
That's wild.
Daniel tweeted earlier, need a breather, peeps. And then he lists all of the bad beats.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, man.
I
I know
don't
it's
blame him,
cathartic.
bro.
No, I can't believe he came back. He only took like a 2-minute breather. I said I would have taken like a half hour. I would have went and got a cold shower. I would have like gotten a bite to eat, maybe jerked off. Like really just like let Polk sit there and wait and think about what he's done to me before I even consider being dealt another hand.
Yeah. Fuck Doug.
Yeah, I was really surprised he didn't just call it GG because like the ace queen hand happened and then it was literally like he sat out after that.
Well, he can't. I don't think he can.
Why?
Because maybe it wasn't time yet.
I mean, what's the penalty? It doesn't sound like they ever implemented one.
Yeah, but he's never quit before 2 hours.
Fine.
Take the penalty.
Yeah, whatever. Like, whatever. I mean, I just don't see any reason to torture yourself. And now it's actually turning into like one of their longer sessions. We're approaching hour 4.
That's a fucking Dnegs is a legend, bro. Just battles, man. Just
couple of real psychopaths on our hands here.
It would be sick if he comes back, bro. Like if he comes back, like Galfon did,
Mm-hmm.
that'd be nice.
Yeah, it's a lot less probable though.
I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe Daniel can do it.
Yeah.
3/4 pot on table number 2. Let's just never update that starting balance right there. Like, just leave it alone. 799.
Oh. A little spicy river check raise.
Small check raise.
This should represent a pretty wide array of value.
Yeah, probably like
7-6 is the bottom.
Nah, probably like a king, right?
I didn't see the action up until the river, but check raising a king, just a naked king seems spicy.
Well, I think it went check on the turn and then bet on the river. So like, king's okay. King's a good hand.
Yeah.
Daniel's in the mix.
You just repeat the same 5 phrases over and over again.
Yeah, well, I got it from you. You used to say holistic and all this other shit all the time.
No, that's a word that's used in the middle of a sentence to convey some sort of idea. Daniel's in the mix, just a catchphrase.
Yeah, but it conveys an idea. It means he's check raising a king on the river.
Mm-hmm.
And other things. People in the chat saying, not many are Galfon. I agree.
It's true.
Farah's the shit.
I'm freezing.
Let's see. Running aces into kings, then losing. I'd call it a day.
I would have quit. I for sure would have quit. And if I didn't quit, I would have tilted off every penny in my account.
It sucks. That's one of the sucky things about poker.
Maybe not tilted it off, but I definitely would have pressed. It would be really, really hard not to just like start 3-betting everything.
Like this lead on table number 2 from Daniel after check calling the flop. It's good. This looks like a 3-bet pot on table number 1. Faces a check. Daniel goes for the small bet. Seems good still. I think if he bets here, he'll probably size up.
I feel like Doug doesn't have a ton of check folds on ace jack deuce after 3-betting.
He has to have some, right? Like if he has like the 6-7 hearts, he maybe just like gives up.
Not hearts.
What? Oh, 6-7 of whatever the other suit. The
Clubs.
Yeah, clubs.
Yeah.
You see, that's like partial run bad right there. Like,
He just snaps it out.
because it's annoying, right? He probably just like had an ace. Like, watch him have like ace 8.
No,
Like,
he
just-
didn't bet the river.
Maybe he had a bad ace. And he was just
No.
like, okay,
Come on,
he's just gonna
man.
check.
Check turn and river.
Maybe he was like trapping kings and just like
Uh,
checked, just checked, and now all of a sudden this guy went runner straight, and he's like, I can't take it anymore. I'm out.
That's the one that did it. The guy just check calls his back. I'm kind of surprised to see him check call that hand. I guess it's fine.
These guys are rollers, man. It just came a 7.
Yeah.
And then he just checked.
Yep, that's true.
I don't know if it's over. We'll see.
I mean, he literally just took a break 30 minutes ago. I think it's pretty probable.
Daniel Negreanu. Yeah, they might be balancing buttons and it might be over.
He's balanced buttons every time he's taken a break so far.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't see no ... So
How would you see it? We don't have the chat on our graphics.
sometimes it comes up. I still see it sometimes.
We're all waiting with bated breath.
Chin is very emotional regarding this match. Thanks.
Yeah. He bet cold hard cash on this match.
Yeah, I love all these people. Dnegs is not Galfond. Okay. Alright, bro. You know, I'm just gonna fucking block you. Remove. There you go.
Why'd he type GG? Do we see the ... It's so weird just like sitting here with bated breath. Like, what do we talk about? Do we review what happened? Or do we just like... It's funny that the 10-8... what actually is funny to me is that every session ends... 100% of the sessions have ended on tilt. So like, even the ones that Daniel wins, all it takes is like him losing a pot, and he's just like, "That's it, session over. We're done here." Like Doug has never ended a session. Oh man. Yeah. 2:38 in the morning. What part of the world are you in?
You see here, kid. You gotta just go for it. Don't think about
He's
what
back.
happened after or what came before.
It's not over.
You just gotta bend your knees, take a deep breath, and jump. And you might think, what if I fall? Well,
Why can't I hear Chin? Is he talking?
Was I muted?
Yeah, apparently.
I don't know what happened. But talking about Poker After Dark, I saw you on the cover of the new issue of Poker After Dark. They put you in front of Nick Schulman and in front of Sam Salvarall. They said you're a bigger name.
I think it's because I wore the beanie. Look good.
Nick Schulman wore a do-rag.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. Didn't you see the thing?
The hat.
That looks like a do-rag to me.
That's not a do-rag.
Look at it.
I played with him. I think I would have noticed if he had a fucking do-rag on.
What's wrong with a do-rag, bro? You racist
I don't
over the
know.
do-rag?
I don't know. It's not 1980 and he's not a part of a gang.
You associate do-rags with gangs?
Yes, absolutely.
Like jail gang?
Like gangs.
What kind of gang? Name a gang.
Bloods, Crips. I don't know.
How come you don't say Latin Kings, huh?
I don't know anything about the Latin Kings.
Yeah.
I know about blue and I know about red.
I'll let you slide. Let's see. All right. Let's set a minor goal, small steps for Daniel. Let's get under 100,000. That's a good one. Small steps.
Tiny baby steps, if you will.
Yeah. You think we landed on the moon or not?
Yeah, I think it's pretty probable.
I don't know, man. A lot of people said it didn't happen. Check raise from Daniel gets called.
It's a fun river.
It is. Some bluffs definitely came. 10-7 is a likely check raise candidate. Maybe he had a 9, which is why he checked. Or maybe he has a house that he checked. We'll see. We really shouldn't expect too many bets, though, from in position.
Yeah, probably just Queen 10 and maybe like some King 10 bluffs, King 10 of hearts. Seven, 5, maybe 6, 7 turns itself into a bluff sometimes. For this size, he gets to be a little bit wider.
Shoot it up, Daniel. Shoot it up. Oh.
What is that hand?
It's a 9.
Okay. I'll accept that.
He got a 9, bro. Found a good fold.
What do you think your odds would be heads up against Polk? Is there a universe you see yourself doing something like this? If not with Polk, then who? I wouldn't want to put this much effort into learning heads up poker. It doesn't serve me big picture because I just don't play this format. Like, I'm not going to be playing heads up live. I think if I were to perform well in this arena, it would only hurt my action moving forward in other arenas, which would be bad. So probably no universe where I would take on that challenge. If we were to play tomorrow, I'm probably at least a 5-1 dog. Maybe, yeah, probably like on par with Daniel.
What if you two fought?
I like my chances a lot better if we fist fight.
I didn't say fist fight because it's just street fight. Anything goes.
I don't like it better if anything goes.
Where I come from, there's no one-on-ones.
Sounds very courageous.
Just get jumped. There's no one-on-ones.
Sure.
You think it's a one-on-one and then it's not. That's what happens.
Would I play Dnegs heads up? Probably not. I still would have to put in a pile of work. I think he's going to be very good by the time this challenge is over. I would play Helmuth heads up.
Wow. Going into the ladder, huh?
No. Not in that fucking format. Who the fuck wants to play a 100 big blind tournament? Go to hell. That's stupid. That format is so stupid for how much money is on the line.
It is a lot of money. Ton of money.
Yeah, like who is gonna make it to like the $2.5 million mark and just play 100 big blind sit and go?
I'm sure a lot of people are gonna line up, bro.
I guess.
Like if there's certain people, like okay, versus Helmuth, I'm sure that there will be a long line.
Yeah.
Whoa. Am I drunk? Or am I seeing things?
What's the issue?
I feel like I'm frozen.
You're not frozen.
I don't see anything. Do you see a flop?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just wait.
Your Skype might be frozen, I guess, but I see and hear you. Flop is 3-6-3 rainbow, turn jack of clubs, river ace of clubs, bring backdoor flush. Doug leads for pot and a half after Daniel checks. This looks like it was a single raise pot that got double barreled.
Okay.
Are you seeing anything?
Maybe I need to call back. I'm gonna call right back.
Okay. That was Christian Soto, ladies and gentlemen. That was a good screenshot. Not like the one that I froze on yesterday where I was like,
Oh, I see it again. Okay, I'm back.
are you though?
Yeah. Ace 6 5 king. Ace king 8.
There you are. There he is. That Mike's Hard Lemonade sounds like it's getting a little low.
No, I really couldn't see the board. It was weird.
What are we ordering tonight? What's on the menu for you? A little garlic knots, a little Italian, a little Mexican. What are we going with?
Are you hungry?
I'm starving, man. Starving.
Okay. Well, we'll get into Chin's restaurant later. What do you guys think we should order? Let's make some things. Just an idea. When Poker Out Loud returns, would love you have a heads up version.
That'd be kind of cool. I think it would be kind of fascinating because there would just be so many spots where it would just be like, I raised the button. I'm c-betting third.
Yeah. I think a lot of these like formats that people want to see are better in theory than they are in practice.
Mm-hmm.
Like the tournament one was better in theory than it was in practice. I think the heads up one, like we've seen glimpses of it tried out and it was not that great, I think.
Yeah.
So I just, I think just 6 or 7 handed is kind of nice. It's just,
Yeah.
it's really nice.
I kind of agree. I think that the one that I think everybody's very mistaken about is I want to see like 5 recreationals and a pro. And it's just like, no, you don't. You think you do, but you really don't, because what happens is the 5 recreationals just say, I'm going to raise.
It's a
Okay.
pretty big pot on table number 2 now. It's a 4-bet pot. Everybody's super deep.
Oh, yeah. Very, very deep here.
Ace king versus ace queen.
This is the recipe.
Please. Yes.
Hello, Steve. Thanks for joining us.
25,000.
I hate this. Why does he only have 1 turn size?
Nah, this is not a common turn size he uses.
Yes, it is. It's
No,
the
it's
only
not.
turn. Yes, it is. It's the only turn size he uses. He used it 3 times yesterday.
What are you talking about, man? This is like 5th pot. He doesn't 5th pot the turn a lot.
In 4-bet pots, he only 5th pots or checks.
Okay. I mean, I could be wrong about that.
I'll bet it. I'll bet anything you want to bet. We discussed this yesterday. I said that Doug has shoves in that spot and Daniel doesn't. Now, granted, he's not going to have shoves at that SPR, but he does find a river shove here. Oh,
No, it's not a shove.
it's not a shove. Half pot. For some reason, my screen's blurry.
No, it's not half pot. It's like it was 32 to 43.
No, I meant half stack.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's
Yeah,
go,
well-
Daniel. Big pop bully in that 4-bit pop, baby. Yeah, I'm not sure what the turn sizes should be there.
Obviously, that size is completely fine. I just hate that he only has one size.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like, he's only rolling between checking and betting small. He's not rolling between multiple sizes, which for Doug, as we've seen in that similar spot, he has shoves. Granted, the SPR is lower, but, at the 1.15, 1.25 SPR spots, we've seen him shove through a few times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's cool. That's true. Yeah, I'm curious. That's an interesting spot. You're right. I mean, feels like that the 4-bit pot uses the small sizing on the turn. So I think this is a 3-bet pot check from Doug, out of position.
Just check down.
Check.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a block come out of Doug here. I imagine Daniel only has big sizes at this point.
There it is.
3/4. I would have expected to see perhaps more overbetting because I imagine Queen Jack, Queen 9 both would have bet flop or turn. So it's not like the Queen improved to 2 pair very often. I don't really think he's going to value bet 1 pair here much, especially considering he doesn't have like Ace Queen. Okay, he's just bluffing. Yeah, I think that he should just poll there. I think that should be like a pot and a half spot, unless I'm just not thinking about that situation right. But his only value, I think, is 10x.
Nah, he could bet any 2 pair for sure.
He doesn't have any 2 pair. He checked down to the river.
He could have like Queen 9.
Queen 8. No. Well, Queen 9, very likely to bet the turn, if not flop.
Okay. Could be right.
He could have like exactly Queen 8 and then mostly 10x. And I don't think protecting Queen 8 with the smaller size is helpful when you have so many bluffs.
Can't believe Berkey would tell on Chin if he robbed a bank. I agree with you. Chin couldn't rob a bank. Okay.
I'm out here to police bad behavior.
No, Chin couldn't rob a bank, especially not with Berkey as his flatmate. All right.
You don't think that river bet's a problem whenever he's getting called by 8-7?
Well, he has to find bluffs. I think his hand candidate is good to bluff with.
Yeah, the question isn't the candidate.
You're saying the size?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, if he goes bigger, he's repping only a 10, which I think makes it easier to call with an 8-7.
I don't think so.
Well, when he sizes down, he's saying he can have like 2 pair plus a 10. I think if he sizes up, it's just like, okay, he either has a 10 or nothing.
Right, but with the way the hand played out, it's just so improbable for him to have 2 pair. Like the 10 is way, way, way more probable to have checked down to river.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he should go bigger. Yeah. I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes, though, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know, honestly. That's the hard part.
I mean, it has to make a difference. Doug can't call all of his bluff catchers.
If you had to give Dnegs one piece of advice at this point in the match, what would it be? There you go, Bert.
Oh, you don't have a comment?
I don't know, man. I would be like, don't tilt. That would be my only comment. Like try not to tilt as much as you can, as much as you're getting fucking run rat, as much run bad as you have. Just don't tilt. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Call more rivers. That's what people in the chat are saying.
I like how that question was added at you and you asked me my opinion.
What? It wasn't added at me.
At Christian Soto.
Oh shit!
Dnegs
Sorry.
one piece of advice.
Oh no, I didn't see that part. I thought they just meant like, hey, like this is something you should ask.
Because I can't read apparently.
That's really what I thought they meant. Like, hey, like ask this. Like, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
stop at 12.
I would negotiate some time off.
It's all for YTV at $9.99.
I think my piece of advice would be to negotiate some time off and study your ass off.
Yeah, I mean, time off would be nice. I think he will have a little bit of time off coming up, right?
Yeah, with the holidays.
Holidays plus WSOP main event. I'm sure like his squad is gonna try to ramp up study time. I've always been a little curious of these long matches, you know, like we spoke about that before, or like the long matches. I think generally favor Doug because we expect him to be, you know, we expect him to be the small favorite or anywhere between a small favorite and a big favorite this early, you know.
Well, really, what all you're measuring is how much does time and volume impact strategy. And so it's really just a question of whose strategy is more likely to deteriorate as time presses on. I think it's crazy to assume that Daniel's going to get sharper in the midst of a session. Like, he should definitely be trying to drag. The thing is that, like, he has, like, 20 hours turnaround time between most of these matches. Sometimes 44 hours. Depending on if they play the next day or not. And if he just plays as close to the minimum amount of hands per day as allotted, that just builds up ample study time. Right? But like now, whenever you take on a long session, and on top of that, you have like fewer hours between now and the next match, you just have less time to study. And that's hard. That makes it very difficult.
So on the left table it went flop. This went 3-bet, flop, overbet, and then check.
Daniel should have a lot of 9x.
Yeah. Fair amount.
Doug probably doesn't have it. Yeah, Doug probably doesn't have very much.
No, I don't think he flop overbets almost any 9x.
Right.
Dnegs takes it down. I really want to. It's getting light.
Mm-hmm.
Berkey is full on hangry.
I am hangry.
Dnegs just has to get under 100,000.
Then what?
Then maybe Doug tilts, you know, because he had him on the ropes for like 200.
Mm.
You know, and also like Daniel's vegan, so maybe he could go on like hours without eating. You know, he's just gonna like, you know, chew on some air. He'll be fine. Doug's gonna be like, you know, trying to eat something.
Smaller 3-bet size than we've seen out of Daniel for the entirety of the match. Kind of interesting.
Yeah. going to be standard, probably 25%.
I too would like to see Doug deal with a string of big coolers.
You know, if I flew down to Dominican Republic and I asked some of the voodoo people out there to do something, I'd be like, listen, let's just get a couple of coolers the other way this time.
Don't waste your voodoo magic.
They'll come back with a doll with some fucking boom, boom, boom. That's it. It's just popular out there, man. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, I'll be careful.
Don't make fun of it until you know, man. You go, you know.
You never know who's voodooing you.
Steve says, I'm not a fan of Doug. Why, man? He's great. The casual viewer, do we just drink and hope it turns around? Yes. Yes. That is exactly what we do. Eric says, why did I just see a doll in a tank top? You know? I agree.
We haven't seen blood in a while.
It's going to happen, man. One way or the other. It's building up.
Not since the King 7, King 5.
Yeah. It's another cooler.
There was actually a little blood. Daniel picked off a bluff where he value bet kind of thin on the river with ace 9 and got check raised.
How you guys doing tonight? Berkey's hungry. And I just finished this Mike's Hard Lemonade, so I don't know what I'm going to say the rest of this thing. And I would like to see Daniel get under 100,000 loss. If those things happen, I'll buy Berkey Chipotle.
It's a big wish list.
What?
What?
I'll even get you chips in the queso.
Waffle.
You like that queso?
No, I don't like queso.
What do you like? You just like the chips?
Yeah.
Plain?
Yeah, but I don't want them.
You like the chips plain? You don't like the queso? You don't like the guacamole?
No.
God damn, you're unique. Chin, get a real drink. Yeah, I'll go out and get a real drink with your girl.
Why did we choose to bet on Dnegs against a heads up no limit pro? We're getting a good price.
Yeah, I mean, look, who knows what the right price is, man? It might be fucking 5 to, it might be 3 to 1, it might be 10 to 1. You just have to take a guess.
Well, if I knew he was going to run this bad, I definitely would have held out for the 8 to 1.
I got 8.5. I got lucky. But Daniel was down 250 and everybody thought it was over.
Yeah, you should have hedged once he brought it back to plus whatever.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, if I knew he was going to run this bad, I would just not even do all that. I would just bet on Doug. Like,
Sure.
forget all that. Like, it's like, oh, okay. Daniel's going to run infinite under EV. Sure. Let's just go the other way.
Yeah. That's true. All lines are bad lines if the other side's just winning all the...
All the cooler, baby. All the coolers. This might be a long one, man. We might be here for a while.
Well, I'm ready to buckle in. get some goddamn popcorn and see some fireworks.
I feel as if we're on the ropes, right? It's like if Daniel loses on the left table, like a big one, then it might be over.
Oh, he ran it up a little bit there, though.
Yeah, he's gonna run it up, bro.
But he ran it down on the other side. They're 200 effective on both tables. This can't favor Daniel. But we're going to find out the hard way.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna find out. We will find out who got more cojones at 200 big blinds deep. It would be kind of nice to see Doug lose a 200K pot, though. Just one time. For the fans.
Yeah.
And then you can make a video about it on YouTube.
So I did notice this. They both have shifted to smaller 3-bet sizes now that they're deeper. And to larger 4-bet sizes.
They're in the lab.
The smaller 3-bet size makes sense to me. The larger 4-bet size facing a smaller 3-bet is a little bit strange, I think. We have our first 5-bet that is non-all-in. That's interesting.
Yeah, this is new territory.
New territory, very clicky. Obviously going to be met with at least a call.
I
Real fucking hard for Daniel to win this one, guys.
I hope Daniel has kings.
Yeah, I don't know that we've established a 6-bet range, so probably everything just flats at that point, I would imagine. Very innocuous board. Doug very unlikely to have any of the sets, any of the 2 pairs. Can potentially have a sprinkle, a dabble, if you will, of ace-4, as could Daniel. Daniel probably more likely to have the ace-4 than Doug.
No.
Let's go check. That is a not so great river. I don't think it's that bad for Daniel. I don't think he's checking over pairs. He has a lot of ace-X for sure.
I hope Daniel has ace-king.
Ace-king should be a fair portion of his range.
No.
Wow, the 9-7-0.
I guess we had 6s.
The 9-7-0.
Or maybe just like the king-queen suited.
Well, boys, we are playing some real street poker when the 9-7-0 makes it all the way to the 5-bet streets.
Yeah, they're going for it. They're going
How many
hard.
times did he have to roll high in that decision making?
Pre-flop. Twice.
Twice pre? At
Yeah.
least twice pre.
Mm-hmm. He rolled the 99-99.
The improbable.
Yeah, he went for it. Probably the first one's not 99, but the second one probably is. Second one is out there. It's going hard.
Good night, James. Thank you so much for joining us. You were an absolute pleasure. Appreciate all the questions you asked and the commentary that ensued.
I found out whose Mike's Hard Lemonade I took.
Whose was it?
It was this nice lady. She came with us to Austin.
Fuck, she have a Mike Hard's Lemonade for?
I don't know.
You're both basic as fuck.
She texts me like, "It's all good. Just maybe replace my Mike's Hard Lemonade."
Man. What question did you have, James? I'm surprised Daniel didn't snap it out after the 9-7.
Hey, he probably had a king queen,
Yeah.
like some king queen suited or something. So he didn't,
Also, Jesus Christ, can you just miss once in a while when you 5-bet the 970. I've 5-bet this. I'm sure I 5-bet the 970 before. I promise it didn't come 7 high. And if it did, I was against kings.
I like that you're using O.
It's your vernacular. I've adopted it.
Yeah. Next, you're gonna say he rolled low.
Cleo says, Berkey, I'm from Toledo, but I had a scholarship offer to play golf at Point Park University. I really enjoyed my visit to Pittsburgh. It's a beautiful city, man. Enjoy your time there, assuming you decide to go.
How many bridges are in Pittsburgh? There's so many.
It's rumored that you can't go a mile. You can't drive a mile within the city limits without crossing a bridge, going under a tunnel, or going through a tunnel, or under an overpass. But the highway system there is jacked.
Yeah, we live in America. The whole infrastructure is jacked.
That's true.
9-7, huh? 9-7.
Andre, I think we're gonna have to work on the avatars of the players so that we can change their emotions as the game goes on. Like maybe we get to Sad Daniel now, where it's just like,
Yeah, I'm tired of looking at this fucking smiley face of Doug Polk.
well, I mean that's not gonna change. I don't really think that anything has happened to adjust his avatar at all.
Mm-hmm. For now.
Pittsburgh is much better than Philly. Don't forget it.
Mm.
Any plans to do the live events outside of Vegas or Texas? Not during COVID. We're probably on lockdown for a while, but we'll see what the spring brings.
4-bet from Daniel gets it through. Winner.
Have you ever eaten at Big O's hot dogs in Oakland? I have not. I think they may have. Were they closed the last time I went there? I'm trying to think. There was one in Monroeville for sure that closed down.
Love you, Chin, but Daniel is so outmatched.
Yes, on demand. Andre comes through with the avatar change. Couldn't have picked a better one myself. Hi, ay, ay. Am I a Mac Miller fan? Absolutely. R.I.P.
Mac Miller's last album, the album that came out was pretty wild. It was pretty good.
Yeah. James wants to know if he should open a beer. 3 minutes ago, he was going to bed because it's like 3:45 in Ireland.
Crack it open, man. It's going to be a long night. Just fall asleep, beer in hand. It's all fucking good. Like, it's all good. And it goes with the check, turn, check river for the trap. Didn't work that time.
Very important question by Lily. I'll let you field it.
Hey guys, I have a short-term memory issues and I can't remember if I took an edible 5 minutes ago or just thought about it. Do I take one or wait? I think you should wait. Last time I took 2 edibles, I was fucking calling for an ambulance.
He went to the hospital.
Yeah,
No
I think-
fucking joke.
I think you should fucking wait.
Yo, I had no idea he had taken an edible. We were at the Solve for Why office with like the production crew and everything. And he's like downstairs. He's like, and I'm like legit nervous about him. Like, I think he's having a fucking heart attack, right? I'm just like, yo, are you okay? Like, what's going on? He's like, I gotta go to the hospital. I gotta go to the hospital. So like, I'm trying to like get him an ambulance or figure it out. Like I'm like prepping the car. I'm like, all right, let's go. And Conrad is dying laughing, just dying laughing. And I'm like, what is so funny, man? Your friend is dying in front of our face because he took an edible. He's just high.
In fairness, I took 2. That was the second one.
Oh man.
I'm never taking 2 again. I might never take one again.
Mhm.
See, someone said I had a panic attack on edibles. I feel you, man. I was there. It's real.
100 milligrams had me in fetal position.
Yeah, see, these people relate to me. They know what's up. They know what's up. And I don't even do drugs like that. So, yeah, I was not having a great time. Let's close the 100K. Less than 100K.
I think there have been some reversals.
Yeah, we were at 150 and 125. Now we're at 145. We're in the mix. See, everybody knows what I'm talking about. They're not even laughing at me. They know what's up.
Speaking of laughing, this new Polk avatar is just the right level of unbearable.
Yeah.
Back just in time to hear Chin OD on edibles.
Yeah.
That's something to be proud of.
What's an edible? It's marijuana inside of something you can eat.
Hey, great news. The Prince won his main event seat today.
Cool. That's great for us.
That is good for us.
All right.
3 equities.
Go Prince. Are the side bets contingent on 12.5 or 25? I think the side bets are contingent up to the end of the match.
Regardless.
So yeah, I think even if they agree to go longer, the side bets keep going.
Yeah, I would imagine that's true. How many are signed up for Sunday? I think right now it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 80. Let me give it a little look-see. I have the client open. Oh no. God damn it. I was gonna max late reg the circuit event and I forgot. 30,000 to first. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's all right. You get to look at Doug's face.
So smug and so happy. Currently there are how many people registered? 95 people registered. That's a good sign. I think I like over 250. Should try ODing on edible underwear. That's the way to go, Chin.
Who's the girl?
Guess that's up to you now, isn't it?
I'll still let you pick.
I get to pick your girl that you get to OD on their edible underwear of?
I'll give you the options.
All right. I'm all ears.
Okay. We'll see. Sitting out.
I wonder what kind of price I could get that he quits at 12.5. Probably not one worth taking.
I don't think it's gonna happen, bro.
Yeah, I don't either. I think after the declaration of let's play 100K hands, he's in it for the long haul.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think he's gonna quit at 12.5. It would be actually an interesting number of does he quit at 25? You know?
Yeah,
like
that's fair.
Will he ask for an extension?
Is he taking another break?
Bro, he's tired, bro.
I'm with him. These long sessions are tough whenever you can't get like any momentum swinging.
Yeah, it is tough. But I mean, I don't know. Daniel's been playing poker. How long has Daniel? He's been playing poker for like 30 years. He's had to have been somewhere along the line in some long matches, right? Whether they were full ring or heads up, you know?
Yeah, but he probably felt like he was a favorite in those.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, for sure. It's tough when you're, you know, not like by far the best, you know?
We're back.
Daniel might keep us here till 11.
God bless him. God bless him if he does. Firing right out of the gate.
I kind of think Dnegs is backed. Otherwise, he wouldn't negotiate better terms of. Why wouldn't he negotiate better terms of the heads up challenge? I don't think whether you're backed or not would have implications of the negotiation, because what does that have to do with it? Like,
Yeah, you're not going to want to take the worst of it for your backers.
yeah, like it's still your equity. I don't understand.
I definitely do think he could have gotten better terms.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think he could have one-tabled, which, in my opinion, would have significantly affected his bottom line in the positive direction. It could potentially have reduced Doug's win rate by 25%, I think.
One tabling?
Yeah, Daniel just gets to focus so much harder and pay so much more attention to the nuance in the meta, like the things that he's actually relatively talented at. And I don't know how much of that matters. Maybe I'm overestimating how much it impacts bottom lines. But it's certainly easier from his team's perspective of being able to analyze and coach him up.
Well, I'm glad he's not 3-tabling or 4-tabling, you know, like how I think there was rumors of that happening.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's dead. But yeah, I guess that's what I'm getting at is Doug wanted this match. If Daniel had been look, we're one-tabling, period. Doug's not going to say oh, okay, not worth it. I'm just going to walk away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agree. It would take longer, but still would happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you just kind of give a little and say, okay, we'll play at least 3.5 hours a day or 4 hours a day, whatever. Although for heads-up matches, these are long. Maybe Daniel's just experimenting on what type of stamina Doug has. But I also imagine Doug has the ability to end the match at any point too, for the day.
Yeah, I just think he won't.
Sure.
I think it favors him for not to just keep it going.
Especially at depth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dnegs is basically a mark, it seems. I don't know. I don't think so. Everybody's a mark to somebody sometimes. Check raise from Daniel on table number 2. 954 after the C bet from Doug turned 7. Generally better for Daniel. I think he wants to keep betting here. Pretty good sizing. Big
That's
pop river on table 1. Yeah.
For both pots. It's a fun river. Block bet out of Doug on table 1.
Seems fine by both players, I think. Good board for Daniel on table 1 after the 3-bet. Probably going to see like a... Okay, 75. Wow.
Grip it and rip it, baby.
Probably like some 7s, things like that. That need protection. Caught a good flop.
Yeah, jam for like 1.25x pot.
Yeah.
I don't know. 7 seems a little thin. You need something to bluff catch with.
Sitting out. Dot, dot, dot. Game over.
How did you see it?
It's right there. Don't you see?
Oh, now I see it. Yep.
Although that was only 1. Oh, there's 2. Yep, it's over.
That's the code. 2 dot dot dots.
Yeah. 1 dot dot dot's often a break. 2 dot dot dots is game over.
Sure. Well, all right, guys. It's been a bad session. I think he played overall pretty well, though, for what it's worth. If there's any consolation to Dnegs in that regard. Yeah, button his ass.
All right. It looks like the session is going to end with Doug Polk winning $170,000. Another good session for Doug Polk. That's going to bring his winnings almost to $1 million. Looks like his winnings will be 800. Yeah, 970. Just about. That's a big hill to climb for Daniel, but we'll see what he can do as you see him sit out. And it's going to be a rough one. But good session for Doug. I had fun. I'm glad I was able to join in for the last hour or so. Berkey's very hungry. I'm sure he is loaded up on thoughts of food.
Shredded chicken, rice, and bone broth.
I have called my Haitian Brotherhood to talk about what voodoo we can do moving forward. They're getting back to me shortly with a price, and we'll negotiate from there. I'll call the Dnegs team, see what we can muster up.
Sure.
I think we have 100,000 for it.
All right, that's going to wrap it for today. Thank you guys so much for sticking around for a long session. Congratulations to the 5 of you who won a piece of meat in Sunday's main event. We're going to be back again tomorrow, 2:30 Pacific, 5:30 Eastern, to pick up this match right where we left it off. Hopefully things start to turn around for Daniel, though I got to tell you, it's brutal out here. It's tough sledding. We'll be giving away another 2.5% of my main event tomorrow in 0.5% chunks. So be sure to tune in if you didn't win today. And then finally on Sunday, my stream's going to start at 2 p.m. Pacific. I will be giving away 5% of my main event action on Sunday to some lucky Solve4Why TV subscribers who tune in. So if you're not a member yet, be sure to join. That's hashtag S4Y, I believe, in the chat. It'll take you to all you need to know. But yeah, as always, we appreciate the support. Thank you guys for hanging on tight. We appreciate, dealing with a one-sided match like this. It's tough from the commentary side whenever there isn't a whole lot of swings, but it's been a fun ride anyway. So we'll see you tomorrow, 2:30 Pacific.
That 9-7 was bullshit.